That was a teaser. All right, that was the real one. Good morning, everyone. The meeting will come to order. Welcome to the February 28th, 2018 regular meeting of the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee. I'm Supervisor Raphael Mandelman. I'm chair of the committee. To my right is Vice Chair Supervisor. Okay, so there is overflow seating in the main chamber. Is that where it is? Okay, and so you'll be able to watch everything that's going on and come in and speak during public comment if you want to. But we do need everybody to be seated somewhere. So if you have a seat here, great, or can find one, or else we need folks to go over to the chamber across the hall. And I'll just take a moment to let the sheriffs do their work. Thank you, deputy sheriffs. Can someone let Matt in? Okay, so we will continue. Pardon? There he is. All right. Good morning, Supervisor Haney. I was just introducing the people who are up here. So I'm Raphael Mandelman, chair of the committee. Vice Chair Stephanie is to my right. To my left is Supervisor Walton. We are joined this morning by co-sponsor for the first hearing, Hillary Ronan, Supervisor Ronan, and Supervisor Haney. The clerk is John Carroll, and I want to thank Samuel Williams and Corwin Cooley at SFGov TV for staffing the meeting. Mr. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Please ensure you've silenced your cell phones and your other electronic devices. Your completed speaker cards and any copies of documents you wish to be included as part of the file should be submitted to the clerk.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the first item.
Agenda item number 1 is a hearing to discuss city policies to reduce homelessness in residential neighborhoods.
Great. Thank you. So we have a somewhat tricky situation this morning, colleagues, in that we have all of us who want to participate, 3 members of the committee, a co-sponsor of this hearing, and Supervisor Haney, who all want to participate in this. Now, in addition to that, Supervisors Brown, Peskin also would like to at least be able to make statements. So my request would be, I would like to make a preliminary statement. I'd like all of us to make any statements that we want to make, and then if we could allow, what needs to happen for Brown Act purposes is for either Supervisor Brown or Supervisor Peskin to be able to speak. Somebody has to get up and let them come into the room because we are at the Brown Act threshold. So I'm hoping that either Supervisor Haney or Ronan would be willing to get up and allow our colleagues to speak at that when we are done making our opening statements. Does that work? Wonderful. All right.
I would like to be here during the presentations, but just for the initial statements? Absolutely.
I believe there are some initial statements, and I believe that there may be some particular questions that Supervisor Peskin may want to ask.
I can come back when the presentations start. I don't need to be here for the introductory statements, if that's helpful.
That's great.
So I can go back out there now and come back? Is that
fantastic.
All right? Okay,
all
that's
right.
helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Haney. Okay. I want to begin this hearing with a few appreciations. First of all, I want to thank all of the folks who've come out for this. Clearly, this is a topic of some interest in San Francisco. I also want to thank the hard-working public employees and nonprofit workers who work every day to try to meet the needs of homeless and housed alike in the city of St. Francis. We did not invent homelessness here in San Francisco, and I continue to strongly believe that the challenges we confront here are the result of failures at the state and mainly the federal level. We should always be looking for ways to improve our local response, and that, from my perspective, is what this hearing is about. But we should not beat each other up too much because no one in San Francisco caused these problems. I also want to recognize and call out that the challenge of crafting an effective and compassionate local response to homelessness is complicated by the fact that San Franciscans do not agree on the type of response we want from our local government. Yesterday, our offices were visited by a passionate delegation of people calling on us to stop the sweeps. But last night, I was at a neighborhood block meeting in the Castro, and as these meetings often are, this meeting was dominated by talk of homelessness and its impacts on that particular block and the larger neighborhood. To folks like these, talk of stopping the sweeps falls flat. They're wondering what the sweeps are. They are seeing all of the impacts of homelessness, and frankly, they are not seeing the response. I hear regularly from neighborhood merchants who are distressed that they have to move sleeping people and their belongings from the doorway just to open for the day. Of course, they are having, or worse, they're having repeated encounters with the same person experiencing psychotic episodes inside and outside their stores, threatening customers and breaking their hearts. I hear daily from constituents frustrated that they can't walk down the sidewalk because tents and belongings have taken over that sidewalk. I am profoundly grateful for the help my office and my constituents receive from the Healthy Streets Operations Center and the departments represented there in dealing with the daily impacts of homelessness in the residential neighborhoods and commercial districts I represent. But like my constituents, I have questions about where we are going. I called for this hearing in part so that my constituents can better understand the scope and scale of the city's response as it actually is, the successes that can be claimed, but also so that we can better understand the city's thinking on how the impacted neighborhoods I and other supervisors represent will get from an unacceptable status quo to an acceptable future, and on what timeline. I've requested reports from the departments involved in the year-old Healthy Streets Operations Center, and I understand that we will be hearing from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, Public Health, Public Works, and 311. We also have representatives from the Police Department, District Attorney, EMS 6, and Emergency Management here to answer questions. I also want to thank the Coalition on Homelessness for their participation in this hearing. I do not agree with the Coalition on everything, but I agree with them on a lot, and I am profoundly grateful for the role they have played in this city in advocating for services and support for the folks on the street, and for the work that they did around Proposition C, and I believe their voice is essential to any conversation about addressing homelessness in San Francisco, especially as I hope we do in this hearing as we think about potential alternatives to current approaches. So, I have two colleagues who want to speak. It might behoove if Supervisor Brown or Peskin want to come in now. There is a seat available for them if somebody is, and maybe Aaron Mundy can text them and let them know. Okay, with that, Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by saying that we have had countless hearings about homelessness. I mean, I'm looking at Jennifer Friedenbach and Kelly Cutler. Hundreds, I don't know, talking about homelessness, talking about the seriousness and the gravity that we're witnessing on the street. And what I would like to see now is some more action. It's enough talk, more action. When a UN official comes to San Francisco and walks the streets and says, these are some of the worst conditions she has ever seen in the entire world, in the richest city, in the richest country in the world, when we have declared not one, but 2 states of emergency on homelessness in our city, one of my questions is, why did we have money in the budget all year last year to open a new transitional age youth navigation center, and it has yet to open? The problem wasn't money. We had the money in the budget the entire year, and yet we did not open that new center. I dealt with this crisis probably more severely than any of my colleagues in any other neighborhoods. When I started, there were 260 tents with hundreds of people living them in the residential neighborhood of the Mission, between the boundaries of Cesar Chavez and Division, Potrero, and Valencia Street. 260 tents. We did not touch or sweep a single tent until I located a site, I negotiated with the landowner, I teamed up with Mohammed Nuru and Mayor Lee, former Mayor Lee, and we made a plan to open a navigation center in 3 months, 3 or 4 months. I think it took about 4 months in the end. I held countless community meetings. I fought with neighbors who were against it. I made them a promise that it would be only for a certain amount of time until we found a more permanent space, which we did. I went to Phil Ting. We got $10 million from the state, and we opened a navigation center. Not one tent was moved until there was a safe, dignified place where people could sleep, take showers, get services, hang out, bring their pets, partners, and belongings in the mission. And we were able to solve the problem. That was the only thing that solved the problem. So we had a method that worked. What we don't have is enough of these beds. It's not rocket science. We have more people who are poor, who are normally people of color and who have been victims of poverty and racism and inequality, who are living on the streets, than we have places that are dignified for them to live in the richest city, in the richest country in the world. This is not rocket science. We need more capacity. But despite the fact that we have money in the budget, despite the fact that we've declared 2 states of emergency, we have yet to grow the system at the level that we need to. Now, I have taken proactive steps in my district to open navigation center after navigation center after navigation center. We've had 4 in my district. Former Supervisor Malia Cohen has done the same thing in District 10. Former Supervisor Jane Kim did the same thing in District 6. And the vast majority of services and shelters and navigation centers for people in the city are in District 6, 9, and 10. Number 1, it is time for other districts to step up. It is time not to just complain about the problem, but to get out of this building, go locate a space, work with city officials, find the money, and open a navigation center. That is the way that you can deal with housed residents and businesses who understandably are complaining about people camping in front of their houses and a dangerous situation in the street. It's understandable that people are complaining. This should not be our solution to homelessness, people sleeping in front of residents and businesses in the street. But the only way to solve that problem is to create dignified alternative spaces for people. Sweeping them and giving them one night in a shelter, that's not going to do it. Where are they going to go when they get out of the shelter? Where are they going to go? They don't have a home. So if we don't create that space, then we're not going to solve the problem. We're just going to push people from one neighborhood to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. So what I challenge us to do today, and what I want to hear from city officials, is, not how the sweeps work. I mean, we could debate the sweeps and the protocols, and the sweeps are wrong. If we're not giving people a dignified place to be for an indefinite period of time, then it is wrong to take people's belongings, to make poor people's lives who are barely hanging on even that much harder. It is wrong. But if we are providing a real alternative, then that is the humane, right thing to do. I want to hear that plan. The mayor has said many times she has a plan to create 1,000 more beds. That is a great start. What's the plan? What's the timeline? Where's the location? How are you going to treat this like it is the emergency that it is? Because we can talk till we're blue in the face. We can hold hearing after hearing after hearing after hearing. But if we don't get off our asses, get in the communities, find the space, and open up these centers with emergency and the exits on the back end, then we're going to have the same conversation for the next decade to come. And frankly, I'm sick of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Walton.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that in this conversation, what our ultimate goal is. Our ultimate goal is connection to services. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that people who are living on the streets and living in cars actually get fully housed and get the transitional housing that they deserve. And this is a major issue that not only exists in the city and county of San Francisco, but it's a regional issue. And I'm glad to see my colleagues have this hearing today so that we can talk about humane strategies and humane ways to address homelessness. And as we talk about humane strategies and humane ways to address homelessness, every single day as I drive past Ingalls, as I drive past Carroll, as I drive past Jennings, as I take a jog on Saturday morning past these areas where we have people not only living on the streets but also living in their vehicles, I'm reminded of something that Supervisor Ronan said in terms of how hard we are working in District 10, how hard we are working in District 6, how hard we are working in District 9 to address the homeless issues and concerns that we have. We all have navigation centers. There are shelters in these districts. We have transitional age youth facilities in other districts across this city as well. But this is a citywide concern and has to be addressed citywide. So as we have this conversation about what we're doing and what we're going to do, the best way to make sure that we have humane strategies to address the homelessness issues and concerns we all have is to make sure that we have citywide strategies to address the homelessness that exists. I will continue to step up as the supervisor of District 10. Our communities in the district have made commitments to step up. That's why we have 2 navigation centers. That's why we're working on a fully serviced shelter to bring into the district. That's why we have places to sleep at Providence, which does not still have the adequate services we need for individuals who are marginally housed and who are living on the streets. So I am committed to working hard with all of my colleagues to come up with strategies that are going to house our homeless population citywide and across the city. We're going to work very hard in District 10. We're going to continue to step up, but we are also going to make sure that we all step up here in San Francisco, hold our leaders of the city accountable, and work hard with our colleagues to address the homeless issues we have here in San Francisco.
Thank you, Supervisor Walton. Vice Chair Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. I'm just going to be very brief. You know, the other day when it was the first week we had of the really bad rains, I was going to my home and I was putting my key in the door, and all of a sudden I heard someone say, "Supervisor." Startled me. I turned around and he said to me, he was on a bike, he said, "Do you know the police are taking away tents from, you know, all the homeless people in the rain, and they don't have anywhere to stay?" And I said, you know, I have not heard that. I don't know that to be true or not. I said, it breaks my heart. My daughter, who is 9, and I were just talking about where do people go when it's raining like this? And it actually, I mean, I know all my colleagues well. I know their hearts. All of us here have empathy. All of us here have compassion. All of us here do not want people out there suffering. I certainly do not. And I want to be careful on how we frame issues and how we all treat each other. And there's a lot of like demonization of people who are trying things that might not be exactly what you want them to try, and how we define sweeps and what's really happening. And I'm really actually glad we're opening the conversation as to what is really happening. I want places for people to go, dignified places. I don't want people's stuff taken away. I don't want people treated poorly. I want people to get the help they need. And it's one of the reasons why the next hearing on the calendar is one that I called to understand how we're coordinating 5150 services between departments to help those who are suffering from mental health and substance abuse issues, and how we can really help them, because we talk a lot about coordinated entry, but I don't think we talk a lot about coordinated exit and what we're doing when people are coming out of the hospitals and how we're helping them right there and then. But I just want everyone to know that I care deeply about this issue. I know there's, you know, people are coming by and they're saying, "Do you support the sweeps?" And I don't support anything that's going to hurt another person. I do not. I want us to find a way. I want us to find solutions to help those that are suffering. And so I say that knowing that there are a lot of different opinions on how we get there, but I hope we could just hold space for one another in here and know that we hold that space with love, and none of us come to this space with like feeling, you know, any kind of hatred towards one another. I just want to hold the space in here of love. And we come from a place of love and compassion, and we all try to work on this together, because I know that every single person in this room really wants the same outcome. We want to help those who are suffering on the streets. We might have different ideas on how to get there, but let's hold a space for one another and try to treat each other with kindness and know that we really do want to get to that same space together. I know that I do. I welcome different opinions. I welcome you challenging me on how I might think of something, but let's really try to work together, and let's really try not to demonize one another on how we might come to an issue and prejudge one another on how we might approach the issue. So that's just my opening remarks, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stephanie. We have been joined by District 5 Supervisor Valley Brown, who I believe would like to make a few remarks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mandelman. I'm just frustrated because, as we talk about sweeps, as in what Supervisor Mandelman had been talking about, going to neighborhood meetings and people being frustrated of how the city handles with the homeless issue. And I even have a situation where I have neighbors going out like a vigilante group to deal with the homeless. And my fear is someone's going to get hurt. And so how do you respond when we go out and, believe me, I've been shouted down by my neighborhood meetings of how we handle the homeless situation. My issue is there's nowhere for people to go. And that's my biggest issue. When I was in aid 5 years ago, I see Sam Dodge out there. We were out looking for navigation center sites. We actually kind of got in trouble because we were looking in Golden Gate Park. But this is my feeling. We keep saying that this is a crisis, but our actions are not like it's a crisis. If we had an earthquake today and we lost our homes, where would we be camping out? In the parks. We would be in the parks. Why, in my district, when land is I can't find land to put a navigation center, so we are actually, and I have to say, Jeff and I've sent you different community centers, different buildings to look into. Can we either buy the building? Can we lease the building for homeless shelters? I feel that we need to have neighborhood shelters. Everyone needs neighborhood shelters. And these neighborhood shelters should be different places. I've also been reaching out to churches. Why aren't churches opening up their doors and we can put services in there? A lot of the churches are closed, their doors are closed 5-6 days a week, and they have a lot of land. Why aren't we asking them to open up their doors? I've been asking them, please open up your doors. And then also, I feel that in my district, I want to look in the parks for a navigation center. If that's what it's going to take, we need to look at our city land, our city buildings for a navigation center. I have probably one of the largest transitional aged youth homeless population in the city, in Haight-Ashbury. There is no navigation center in Haight-Ashbury. That should have been built years ago. And now that we have money, we need to push forward. We have services there. We have a little storefronts. We have all these things. But when I go out there and giving people dry socks or whatever they need, that does not help when it is raining. And I have been through that neighborhood in the last month, and I've walked by people that look like they just got out of a swimming pool. They are so wet, there's nowhere to go. And I feel like we should be opening up our city buildings, like the city and county fairground building that we have in Golden Gate Park on 9th Avenue, to have emergency shelters. I feel like we have to start acting like this is an emergency, and we should start acting like that. It's a crisis. We should also look at bold new things. I know that I introduced legislation for us to open up a triage navigation center for people living in their cars. We have a lot of people living in their cars, and I've asked every supervisor, can you count when you're walking through your neighborhood people living in their cars? We have more than 119. I know we do. And so this is the thin veil. When you first become homeless, a lot of times living in your car is where you go first before you go to the streets. And we really need to be flexible on this. We need to start, acting bold of how we approach and we address our homeless issue. I feel like us being nervous about every little thing that we do, if is it going to be successful, let's just call it a pilot. We always call everything a pilot, and let's see if it works. Navigation centers were a pilot to see if they work. I feel we have to start pushing forward and being bold. And this isn't a police problem a lot, where we're asking the police to do things that is not what they do. That is not their description of their job. It's up to us to start opening places to be and having these tough conversations with our neighborhoods. Because I agree, there shouldn't just be a few districts that have navigation center. There should be a navigation center in every district, and everybody should be looking at it, and we should be having these hard conversations with our constituents, that this is the only way that we're going to solve this issue. So I just want to thank you for having this hearing. I'm going to be, like I said, Jeff, I'm going to still be sending you ideas and numbers and addresses of everything I see, but I just really want us to be open, and I appreciate everybody that is working on this issue. Coalition of Homelessness, thank you for always bringing these things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Now, if you could give up that seat, I think Supervisor Peskin is lurking out in the hallways, waiting to come in, and if people could give Supervisor Peskin a moment. When Supervisor Peskin has spoken, Supervisor Haney will come back, and we will move on with our HSOC presentation. We're going to take a 3-minute recess to allow Supervisor Peskin to get over here.
SFGov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
What's going on? I don't think, I think it, we are back. I'm calling this meeting back to order. I want to thank our clerk, John Carroll, for dealing with challenging times this morning. Impersonating Supervisor Peskin over here, we have Supervisor Haney. Supervisor Peskin does want to join us later, but isn't available right now. So we're going to continue on, I believe, with the HSOC presentation. This has changed a little bit over the last couple of days, so I'm not sure exactly who's going first. But we have from HSOC, I don't think we have Sam Dodge. We have Nancy Alfaro from 311. Oh, there's Sam Dodge. All right. So we do have Sam Dodge, Nancy Alfaro, Navina Baba, Nancy Alfaro from 311, Navina Baba from Public Health, and Jeff Kazitsky from Homelessness and Supportive Housing. But someone is making a presentation. Okay.
Point to me, so he said then you too? Okay.
Not entirely sure.
Yes, that's mine. Right there. Supervisors, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Sam Dodge. I work at San Francisco Public Works, and I'm also a participant in the Healthy Streets Operations Center. We might slip into a little bit of government and start calling it HSOC and start calling things like the Encampment Resolution Team, ERT. So if there's any sort of questions about those kind of acronyms, please stop me and my colleagues as we present and we can clarify. I wanted to really start out by acknowledging the fact that homelessness is a crisis in our community and across the country. It's especially strong here in California, where over 20% of the nation's homeless is, and nearly 50% of the nation's unsheltered are. And it is a crisis, and we know we've been working very hard at it for years, but we're not there yet as to where we want to be as a community as far as providing shelter, housing, and health care for those most in crisis. You know, we often talk about this point-in-time number of 7,500, but we know that over 20,000 people experience homelessness in our community every year. So we have a problem that the sources for homelessness are growing faster than our solutions, and that people are pushed into homelessness through high housing costs, through crisis in their family or in their personal health. And that, you know, San Francisco, over 70% of the people, or around 70% of the people that experience homelessness in our community were housed in our community. That's very similar to other communities where people do migrate, try to look for opportunities and change when they're in a crisis. But it is slightly higher than most communities. I mean, most communities, it's around 80%, 80+% experience homelessness in the community they were housed. We're slightly higher than that. And when you look at the Bay Area, you see that, you know, San Francisco is punching above its weight as far as providing housing, healthcare, shelter for those experiencing homelessness based on the size of our homeless population, but still inadequate for where we want to be. But part of our solutions going forward is really working with the state and our fellow communities to making sure that they're understanding our best practices, and that is always to lead with care and housing. And you need capacity to do that. So the Healthy Streets Operations Center is to take it very seriously that this is a crisis. It's an activation of our Emergency Operations Center at the Department of Emergency Management at 1011 Turk Street. There's key departments that are deploying assets onto the street every day before this. This is a way for us to work together to make sure that these assets aren't out there on the street by themselves, not understanding what the rest of the city has to offer or is doing right now. HSOC provides the infrastructure to coordinate and to deploy resources that we have, so we can give what we have out there on the front line to workers that are working on our streets. This is a little bit of a genealogy about how we got here. We started with this idea that we needed interdepartmental collaborations just to clean the streets in areas heavily impacted by encampments. Every morning, a hotspot crew does go out together with outreach officers and the homeless outreach team to go to areas that are heavily impacted. The successes from this, we realized that we needed a navigation center and import practices that are prevalent for low barrier shelters to resolve street encampments in New York and Philadelphia. We took those practices here, and that's where we started the Navigation Center. We started looking at places and encampments on the street and coordinating together, and we formed an encampment work group. Working interdepartmentally, we started to notice more and more different departments were touching this problem. Property owning departments like MUNI and PUC, enforcement departments like CHP, the sheriff's and SFPD, they're all interacting with the homeless, and we had an answer to go at these most intractable problems, to work with people slowly and with intention and bring them in to a low barrier setting, to work with them towards their permanent housing. We then worked together, and I should have put this in here, to form the encampment resolution team, sort of bring it to another level. And then we started some pilot projects like the Mission District, when we worked together to get the temporary navigation center opened at 1515 South Van Ness. And in the Civic Center, we had a Safe and Clean initiative, which was really focused on sort of people that are out there in substance abuse crisis and also can be out there experiencing homelessness, and the dealing and using is all kind of wrapped up and happening at once, and trying to disaggregate that and trying to help people where we can and clean up where we can. But so we launched this. We started to notice we had all these pilots, and it was the same people in different meetings, and we were running to different meetings to meet with the same people. And we said, you know what, we need to be together all day long and go to meetings with other stuff that we're doing, but in the meantime that we're meeting together all day and really focusing our resources to all these different places that need it. We came up with some core values: to lead with service, to believe in change. We'd seen change happen through navigation centers, people 30 years homeless, people who said they were never going to go into housing, come into housing, change their life radically. We know that everyone can change. It's our programs that need to accommodate them. We need to empathize with the entire community. There is, I think it was Supervisor Brown mentioned, it is a real risk that neighbors get so frustrated that they go vigilante and try to light a tent on fire or do other really destructive and violent things. That cannot be in the playbook here in San Francisco. We do not need vigilante justice. We need really thoughtful, compassionate response, but complete response. And we do need to maintain a community that's safe and clean. It's for the health of us all. We've seen in our own state massive outbreaks in hepatitis. You know, it is not a sustainable solution to have people in 2019 living on the streets of our city, 24/7 for months at a time. There's just for multiple reasons. These are part of the growing number of partners, city agencies, that have come to the table and helped dedicate resources, thoughts, and time to helping solve this problem and become partners in HSOC. We want to not have a process that's static. We want to work together to evolve and change policies within each of our departments to have more harmony, to be aligned with the best practices that we can deliver, and to make sure that we are treating everyone with justice and respect. We do need to also work to meet the housing, shelter, and service needs for people on the street, not just people who show up to the programs that we have. We can't just wait for people to come to us. We need to come to them. So this is my final slide, and I'm pass on to my partners, that we work together every day at the Healthy Streets Operations Center at 1011 Turk. We coordinate the calls for service that come in from the police non-emergency, 911, 311, emails, texts. They come from electeds and concerned community members, and also within our own structures of staff that is out there in the streets. We dispatch, we plan responses, we work together to bring as much as we can to the street. We share data, which you would be surprised, common definitions, common maps, common understanding had been lacking in our community before this. And we respond to behavior on the street. And so I think with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. Supervisor Mendelman. Good morning,
Lazar.
Supervisors Haney and Walton and Stephanie and Ronan. I'm Commander David Lazar from the San Francisco Police Department Community Engagement Division, and I'm going to just cover the next 3 slides with you. So this next slide speaks about training, and just along the same lines of what Sam Dodge talked about, it's really making sure that all the city agencies that are affiliated with HSOC receive training, especially our police officers who are asking to be not only help people and conduct their business safety with respect, but also to be well trained up in shelter coordination and receive Narcan training. I think we saved upwards to 60 or 70 people using Narcan last year, and learning about how to de-escalate situations, how to get people into various nonprofit clinics and other things like that. So we do training every Wednesday at noon. We bring every homeless outreach officer throughout the city into HSOC and provide that 30 minutes of training, and it's been very beneficial and very useful. And the homeless outreach officers have served as resources for all the other officers in the department, learning in these specialized topics. Oh. Except no technology training. Okay, enter. The next thing I'd like to mention is the 311 system, and I know that the constituents quite often call in and ask about 311, what's the best number to call, how does it work? And I want to say that prior to the development of HSOC, the way it worked is if you called in an encampment or a homeless situation, and more times than not, it would go to the Public Works Department. While that was happening, someone would then call into the police department, and so Public Works would have calls for service waiting for several days to deal with an encampment, and the police department would have calls for service that were waiting for a few hours. And so we worked in silos. Public Works would go out and try to address the situation. They would just clean up around the encampment. The people would remain. Hours later, the police would go to the same call, not knowing Public Works was there, and that they would attempt to deal with the encampment, but Public Works wasn't available to clean up the encampment. That would be the situation more often than not, or we were just not on the same page. Now with HSOC and 311, starting last summer, we were able to then now combine all the calls into one lane. They all arrive at HSOC. I'll talk a little bit about the numbers, but essentially it's hovered around 240 311 calls for service each day. But the great news is that through our coordination at HSOC, we're now all seeing what's happening in real time and making decisions about who should respond, when should they respond, how can we respond together, how can we make sure that HOT maybe gets out ahead of us and does outreach prior to our arrival. So that 311 system is now working better than it has ever had in the recent past. I need to go back now. Emily, we're going to have technology training on Wednesday at noon, by the way.
Advance your slides.
That's it. That's my last slide. Okay, just really quick about the 311. So the calls for service keep coming in, but because we have dedicated more resources to this, we have been more responsive. We are responding to the 311 calls much quicker than we have in the past. Last week on our board, we averaged about 280 calls citywide pending. And for the last 3 years, we've never just had 280 calls pending. It's normally been around 400 to 600 calls waiting in San Francisco at any given time to be addressed by 311. And we've greatly improved efficiency, our response, and we continue to see those numbers decrease. And if you look over the last year, month to month, the numbers get lower and lower and lower in all of the districts. All right, now I'll ask the next presenter to come up. Okay. And I pressed the enter button for you, so there you go.
Thank you, Commander Lazar.
Good morning, Supervisors. Dr. Naveen Baba from the Department of Public Health. So DPH provides a number of services to meet the needs of and address the needs of our homeless population from a health perspective. We know that there are a spectrum of services that we can offer, which are very wide-ranging, from preventative all the way to emergent services. But we also know the traditional models of care don't necessarily work for people experiencing homelessness. So we have a long history of trying to innovate around models of care, and we continue to do that. And then taking our services and being able to plug into the Healthy Street Operations Center so we can coordinate around a broad spectrum of agencies to really get individuals the care that they need. I'm going to talk about 3 of these models of care and how they're interfacing with HSOC at this time. So the first one is our care coordination team. Previously, there had been various meetings and lists of priority individuals. These priority individuals could have come from our public safety agencies, from constituent complaints, from supervisors, but they were all kind of siloed in various ways. So really bringing that group together and coordinating those efforts around complex challenges of people experiencing homelessness or who are on the street. So we've changed this model so that we're meeting weekly with our law enforcement officers as well as other departments, and then having bi-weekly or twice-a-week conferences with HSH and us to really come up with a care coordination plan for these individuals. And so far, through our HSOC efforts, we've at this point in time, we have 33 individuals that we're working on in ensuring that they're in care as well as that they have some exit strategy once they have stabilized. Another way that we've approached trying to provide care to our homeless population is through health fairs. And our health fairs actually preceded HSOC. So they started in November in 2016. They started after there were 4 HIV positive tests that came out in the homeless population. And we knew that we had to provide care in a different way to reach this population. So at that time, we started to provide services at large encampments. And you can see there's multiple services we provide. So from low barrier medication starts through routine medical care, including preventative care like vaccinations, through testing, HIV, hepatitis C testing, as well as linkages to treatment, and then harm reduction services, including Narcan, both trainings as well as linking people to the ability to get Narcan. And the next slide reviews some of the successes we've had at our health fairs. We've had 11 health fairs so far. There have been over 280 engagements with 353 HIV tests, 10 newly diagnosed. We've had 359 hepatitis C tests, 67 reactive, and they've been linked to care. Over 160 Narcan tradings. We have also offered low threshold buprenorphine starts at our health fairs. And then I just wanted to point that HSH has been also involved in our health fairs and is able to link people to navigation our shelters. Our health fairs is, again, a huge collaboration with multiple city agencies as well as other agencies, including the Department of Public Health, our street medicine team, and our community health equity and promotion, as well as GLIDE, the San Francisco AIDS Foundation, and UCSF, as well as HSH. And then the third model that I wanted to highlight was the Healthy Streets Innovation Program. And this actually comes out of LEAD. So LEAD stands for the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. This is a state pilot. They gave us some grant money to do LEAD. LEAD comes out of Seattle, and it is currently in the Mission District in the Tenderloin. And it basically, for low-level repeat drug offenders, it links them to care instead of criminal justice involvement. And so we've had a great deal of success in our LEAD pilot. So taking on that success and using it to be more proactive in other parts of the city where there's a lot of potential drug use, linking people to services instead of instead of having them involved in the criminal justice system. And the way this works is that we engage a group of people are engaged about services. They then can get referred to our Community Assessment Service Center, or the CASC. The Community Assessment Service Center is run by the Adult Probation Division, and at the CASC, there's multiple services offered. So there's health services, but there's also linkages to food, to employment, to benefits. So it's a way that we can get different services to suit the needs of the individual at that point in time. And so our Healthy Streets Intervention Program, since 2018, there have been 15 of these operations that have been conducted, and they've had a total of around 700 contacts, and about 80 people have actually engaged in services at the CASC. So I will turn it over to the final presenter.
Good morning, Supervisors. Jeff Kositsky with the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. I'm going to talk to you briefly about our role at HSOC, and then we'll quickly wrap up the presentation, and also later happy to answer any questions that you have about our work outside of HSOC. So one of the main things that we're doing at HSOC is managing the encampment resolution team, which does outreach in large encampments, provides services, and then work with DPW and the police around cleanliness and safety. We offer everybody in large encampments assistance, and in fact, today we're wrapping up our 50th encampment resolution at Gerald and Rankin along the Caltrans tracks, helping people who have been camped out there in really unsafe conditions move into shelter and navigation centers and get other forms of assistance. We also recently worked in South of Market to address homelessness around the new navigation center at 5th and Bryant, and coordinated through HSOC all of those efforts. The encampment resolution team, I think, has been very successful. As I said, we've done 50 resolutions in the past couple of years. Since January of 2018, we resolved 25 encampments with 6 or more tents. In the process, we helped 365 people get placed into shelters and navigation centers. We've seen a 40% reduction of tents on the streets and a 65% reduction of encampments with their 6 or more tents, and essentially don't have any very large encampments, long-term encampments in the city. And we've shifted some of our focus to vehicular encampments, and are now working with areas of the city where there's a large number of people living in their cars. Some of the successes, so that's HSH's role. We also have the HOT team, which is deployed out of HSOC, or part of the hot team is deployed out of HSOC. As Commander Lazar mentioned, we're coordinating how we handle 311 calls and doing our best, given our resources, to ensure that when we get a call that when the hot team is needed, it's the hot team that goes out, or the Department of Public Health that goes out, as opposed to the police or Public Works. So that's our role, and I'm just going to wrap it up with some overall successes around HSOC. As you can see, since we've done, I think, a very good job of coordinating the efforts of multiple departments. It has not been easy to do this, and it certainly is not perfect, but I've been doing this work in the city for quite a long time, and this level of collaboration is incredibly important and has been very successful. I will just tell you, like, on a personal note, I've seen quite a few clients that I've known for many years before I've been in this job able to get assistance after really struggling on the streets with very complex issues, because we have multiple departments working together to get care for those individuals, and have been some not only success around addressing tents, but really some major successes around addressing individual needs in a way that has just not been done before in the city, or at least in my memory. Here you'll see the reduction that we have seen in tents since August of 2016. It's been, as you can see, very significant. And then you have some data on the reduction by police district. You'll see most police district has seen significant decreases. There's been increases of 13 tents in 3 of the stations, relatively low numbers. This is sort of a comparison of the number of tents versus the number of 311 calls, complaints that we get about tents. And as you'll see, it's fairly uneven. For example, in the Bayview, had 30% of the tents in July of 2018, but only 5% of the 311 calls, which is one of the reasons why, in addition to just responding to 311 calls, we're also working on identifying hotspots based on what our staff are seeing. So it's not, and doing quarterly tent and vehicle counts so that staff at HSOC can eyeball what's going on in the streets and respond to 311 calls, but also respond to areas like District 10, where we see a large number of tents, but not a lot of those 311 calls. As you'll see on this slide, we've reduced the response time to 311 calls, however, by 27%. And you'll also see the standard deviation has shrunk dramatically, both of which are important successes that we've had in better coordinating our responses. Here's just some data on the impact. We've seen, again, a 33% reduction in 311 calls. Requests for services around homelessness, a 27% reduction in the average call time, a reduction in tents. But at the same time, we also have significantly expanded the resources that we have. And I know this was spoken about earlier. I think it's very important to remember that since in the past few years, we've seen 690 new shelter beds open. We already have a third of the Bay Area shelter beds versus 24% of the Bay Area's homeless population, so we've gone even further. As Sam mentioned, we're punching above our weight and continue to do so with really significant expansion in these resources. We've added 390 new units of housing in the past year. We have opened up 99 new behavioral health beds in the past year. Again, all significant expansions in the work that we're doing. And we'll also...
Chair, can I just ask a quick clarifying question on that last slide? At the time that you've opened the 691 new beds, how many have you closed?
So I don't know, Emily, if this is a net new.
That is the total expansion, so it's minus 19.
Please address on the microphone.
So it's a net new of 491 new beds.
Okay, 491 is the net new.
Yeah. And again, I can talk later. Let me just wrap this up, but about what's in the pipeline, which is pretty significant. Here are some other operational results around engagements with DPH, needle collection, encampments addressed. And here's the slide. Oh, this is a repeat. Forgive me. This is some more detail on what we have already expanded, which again has been fairly significant. And then this is what's in the works. We are opening up another 800 shelter beds. We are leasing 300 units of permanent supportive housing in the next 3 months. We have 1,000 more units in the MO pipeline. We've added 500 new rapid rehousing slots for transition-age youth over the next 3 years, opening up an additional 100 mental health beds, expanding the ERT staff so that we can work on both people who are in tents as well as people who are in vehicles, and expanding the DPH outreach and engagement capacity. I think there was a story about that in the paper the other day. So, in addition to just coordinating our work, which I think is incredibly important, we also have done a good job at expanding the resources. And I want to just say how important this coordination piece is, because if you go back and look in San Francisco between 2005 and 2015, you'll see that we saw a 13% increase in homelessness, while the rest of the country saw a 28% decrease in homelessness. But during that same period, we also increased our budget by almost 90%. So yes, we need to expand our footprint, absolutely need to do that, but we also need to work on issues around what's the rest of the region doing? What are we doing to coordinate our resources, which HSOC is the answer to that. And then as Sam mentioned earlier, and I just can't emphasize this enough, is the prevention issue. So we have a graph that shows every week we're seeing 50 people getting housed or exiting homelessness as a result of our efforts, and that's something we should all be very proud of. But we also are seeing about 150 people coming in, becoming homeless, 48 of whom are coming from other counties. So until we can flip those two graphs so that our inflow is lower than our outflow, this is going to continue to be a problem. This isn't really an HSOC or a tent discussion. It's really about prevention, about coordinated entry, about diversion programs, and other investments that we really need to focus on if we're ever going to really solve the issue of homelessness in San Francisco. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Director Kozycki. Okay. So I know Supervisor Ronan has questions, and I think I'm imagining many of it, and I know Supervisor Haney has questions. I suspect we all have questions. We also, through Herculean efforts on the part of our clerk, we are able to move to the chamber, and it will be a 10-minute recess to do that, but I think it makes sense since there are apparently a fair number of people over there to go over. So I'm going to put us in, unless my colleagues object, I'm going to have us recess for 10 minutes, reconvene in the chamber, and continue. All right, we are recessed. got the big gavel now. We're reconvening this still February 28th meeting of Public Safety and Neighborhood Services. Thanks to all of you for your patience in our moving around this morning. Thanks especially to our clerk, Mr. Carroll, for pulling off this feat of getting us into these more spacious accommodations. Mr. Clerk, it might be useful just to repeat some of our initial announcements for folks who might not have heard them at the start.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Please ensure you've silenced your cell phones and your other electronic devices. Return your completed speaker cards to speak for public comment on any of today's agenda items to me by dropping them at the front of the rail, and I will come around and pick them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We've been joined by Supervisor Peskin. Thank you. I believe you might have some remarks or questions.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman, and I just want to start by thanking you for calling this hearing, and I want to note that I'm really pleased that supervisors have to cycle in and out. That is a sign that the board is engaged, and that is a good thing. And I want to say that I think Supervisor Ronan really got it right, which is that we all know that this is the most vexing issue in the city and county of San Francisco. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know what every poll tells us. We are all very frustrated about this. And we all, and some of you were not on the board, actually, I think almost every single one of you, other than Supervisor Ronan, was not on the board. Actually, it might have even been Supervisor Campos, when we all voted unanimously when Mayor Lee decided that we would consolidate the disparate, siloized functions around homelessness in one department. And I believe it was Supervisor Walton who said that our job is to hold that agency accountable. And interestingly enough, there was a moment in time when Supervisor Campos made a clarion call to ask every member of the Board of Supervisors and their constituents in all corners of this city to do their part. And it was kind of interesting because there were some supervisors who said they did not want to have homeless facilities, also known as navigation centers, in their district. And this is not about me, but I've actually been trying for 3 years, and Mr. Dodge is looking at me because he knows that I tried to get Our Lady of Guadalupe Church. He knows that I tried to get 88 Broadway, and by the way, that was inspired in large part, Supervisor Ronan, by what you showed at 1515 South Van Ness, which was that we could have temporary facilities. And so when you were able to do that for less than a year in time, I realized, and I said it in these chambers yesterday, and many of you were present when we were visiting with the Mayor's Office of Housing, we had a site, and I went to Mayor Lee, and Mayor Lee said, I support having a navigation center at that site, but you, Supervisor, have to sell this, if you will, get the support of your constituents. And we did that. And I was actually delighted that after a meeting that I believe Mr. Kozinski was at and Commander Lazar was at, wherein Public Works made a fantastic, thank you, Mr. Dodge, presentation, I was delighted that when I said at the end of that meeting with over 200 people in the room from Chinatown, from Russian Hill, from Telegraph Hill, from North Beach, from the Northeast Waterfront, do you want to have a navigation center in District 3? I think almost everybody but 4 people, Emily, you were there, raised their hands. And today, I still don't have that site because, and now it's time to hold people in the government accountable, because various government officials have gotten in the way of that. Okay? And I said that yesterday relative to the Mayor's Office of Housing that convinced themselves that they would be in the ground with an affordable housing project at 88 Broadway in September. We were informed yesterday that the earliest it could happen would be April. I could have had that for much longer than Supervisor Ronan had it at 1515 South Van Ness. Subsequently, we found another site owned, actually not by the people of the city and county of San Francisco, owned by the people of the state of California. Portland, corner of Bay and Kearny. Port was willing to do it. I was willing to do it. We did the work. We took the merchants at Fisherman's Wharf, thank you, Ms. Cohen, on repeated tours. As a matter of fact, we have one today. We took the folks who were skeptical about it to the Dogpatch Navigation Center. And yet, the system, and yes, respectfully, Mr. Kozycki, I'm looking at you, and yes, I now know there's an alternative, put the kibosh on that too. So, interestingly enough, I took the pledge of I wanted a navigation center or a respite site or a shelter in the northeast corner of the city. But respectfully, the bureaucracy has actually made this not happen. When you have an elected official who is willing to stand up to his or her constituents to make it happen. So, as Mr. Walton said, it is time to hold our department heads accountable. So, to that end, Jeff, why have you resisted a site for homelessness in District 3?
Thank you, Jeff Kozycki, Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. And as we discussed yesterday evening, there were 3 sites that we looked at, one before my time, but I believe there were life safety issues at that site, at the church. There was the second site at 88 Broadway, which, and as we discussed, one of the issues with navigation centers, and I think part of rolling these out responsibly and effectively, is when you have a site for short term that you're going to spend millions of dollars of capital to make that site come alive and serve people, and then you can only have it for a year or two, doesn't really make financial sense, but also it puts us on this hamster wheel of having to constantly open and close shelters, which take a tremendous amount of energy, money, and work. So we are looking for sites that are available longer term. And then the other issue that we're trying to be very sensitive to is the cost of operating navigation centers and the size that they need to be in order to make them cost effective. Currently, some of the small navigation center sites are costing us more than it does to operate permanent supportive housing per night. So we are looking at sites that can be large enough to be cost effective to run a 24/7 facility. And the site that we're talking about on Kearny Street did not meet those requirements. However, we are looking at a site, and also will supervisors say, I do appreciate your support on this. I appreciate the support that you gave at the meeting with many of your constituents we're at. We still would love to find a site that's appropriate and works in District 3, but we are looking at opening up, and I think very much so, is very much needed in that part of the city, that corner of the city. It's not quite in your district, but we are looking for sites that can serve the northeastern part of the city in your district as well. So that is there certainly was no intent to be obstructive. We certainly want as many beds as we possibly can. The mayor has spoken repeatedly and frankly asks me about it multiple times a week, where we're at on opening up 1,000 more shelter beds. So we are open to any and all opportunities to do so, as long as it makes sense in terms of the investment that we have to make, the time we have to put into it, and that's going to best serve people who are experiencing homelessness.
I appreciate that. I also want to associate myself with the comments of Supervisor Brown, who raised some pretty radical ideas about using parks. And let me make some other suggestions, Commander Lazar. We have actually any number of facilities that are huge. We all heard the comments of our new governor relative to high-speed rail. We have a facility that is larger than several football fields called the Trans-Bay Terminal. We have, and Senator Wiener just introduced a piece of legislation relative to the Cow Palace, which sits in part in this county and in part in San Mateo County. It is a huge facility. So if you want to do economies of scale, we have sites, right? Now, I've always thought that the navigation center model was that we wanted to put the sites where the people were, because we cannot take folks to where they don't want to go. But if we have facilities, and this is where I really part company with you, Jeff, which is if you go and create a facility that's far away from where folks are, they're not going to go there. And that's why, even though some of my constituents don't want it, I'm happy to have an 80-bed facility. And what really bums me out and pisses me off is the fact that we had a department of city government, and Mr. Dodge, you can come up and tell me how much money you spent and how much money Public Works spent designing a facility that other people in the government ultimately killed. I mean, if you want, I don't really care. But it's like, guys, gals, we got to get this together. I mean, you can't have one arm of government screwing another arm of government when we consolidated all of these disparate functions into one department. So I'm getting close. It's very rare that I get this frustrated and upset. But Jeff, I mean, you've got to, one way or another way, step up. And that takes me to the homeless point in time count, which is we had hundreds of volunteers. I believe Supervisor Ronan was one of them, and Supervisor Stephanie was one of them. Supervisor Mandelman was one of them. And we have no data. How long? Almost 2 months after that happened, at the dawn of the 21st century, when everything happens in real time or close to it. Can you explain that, Mr. Kozycki?
Yes, I can. You had asked the question last night, how come San Mateo County released their report? And I spoke to San Mateo County and actually many of my colleagues around the country and at the National Alliance to End Homelessness, and very few counties actually released their reports before June. There are very good reasons why that is, which I would be happy to explain. I think one of the most important reasons is that for most of the counties who have large homeless populations, they contract out to other providers to ensure that there's a certain level, not a certain level, a clear delineation between us, the department, who obviously would, and I think we all would like to see the numbers go down, but to have a very independent evaluator who is carefully going over the data. It is not as simple as just the count. They are also gathering data from the jail system, from the hospital system, from all of our shelter systems. We're also surveying between 500 and 1,000 people to ask more detailed questions to work into the report. There's multipliers that have to be developed and then used and applied to people who are in tents and in vehicles, because we don't disturb people at night. We're making estimates as to how many people are in each tent and in each vehicle. So it is a complex process. I wish that we could get it faster as well. Believe me, there's very few people who want that data more than I do, because it is essentially our report card. But I also believe that the company ASR, who does the work, is very well respected, does it for almost every major city on the West Coast, including LA, Alameda County, Seattle, and many others. And I believe that the process, where it is frustrating, I'd rather that the public be confident that the data is correct. I think I would like to be confident that the data is correct, and also that it's done independently. We are, as you know, developing something called the One System, the online navigation and entry system, which will be a by name list of people experiencing homelessness. We have recently added over 6,000 single adults who are experiencing homelessness into that system by assessing them. Almost every family experiencing homelessness is in the system, and we'll be rolling it out for youth any day now, literally. Once that system is up and running, and I think we're another year away from it being fully functional, we will be able to have data on a daily basis to tell us our inflows and our outflows around people coming into and exiting homelessness. I agree, Supervisor, that it is the 21st century. We inherited in the department 15 different data systems from multiple government agencies and probably 40 other nonprofits managing their own data systems. Bringing them into one system has been is a challenge, but I think we've done it relatively quickly. Some of you supervisors who have called me with concerns about individual people, although I cannot divulge a lot of information because of HIPAA regulations, I am able to look people up on the system and am often able to help resolve problems. It's already a functioning and effective management tool. I agree the point-in-time account is important, but I say that the work that we're doing around the one system is incredibly important. It's long overdue, but it is, along with the pick count, going to be an important way for us to measure how we're doing. Again, not just an account that happens every other year, but literally every day. And I'm looking forward to us being at that place.
So through the chair to Director Kozycki, first of all, I don't think the point-in-time count is the be-all and end-all. I understand this is a requirement from the federal government, and I don't want to get fixated on that. But it's weird because I serve on another regional state body with a member of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, and she told me, I think 48 or 72 hours afterwards, what their numbers were. It's helpful to me because it has consistently told me what I see on the streets, which is that in the northeast corner of San Francisco, the homeless crisis has expanded exponentially. And interestingly enough, even though the supervisor keeps trying to get the resources in an area that the data supports, I've been unable to do it, and you're aware of my frustration there. But I keep asking my staff, where's the point-in-time count? And they're like, we don't know. And so, interestingly enough, last evening I talked to you, and I came to understand that this is a private contract, and I called ARS, and they have 2 phone numbers on the internet. And their voicemail is full on both of those numbers, which is highly unprofessional. And then I actually talked to the gentleman eventually. Thank you for having called me last evening. And he said the reason it takes that long is because we have to revise our numbers. I don't want our numbers revised, Jeff. I want them to be the real numbers. Don't cook the books.
Well, I believe, Supervisor, that's exactly why we used an independent company. Is so that we can't cook the books. And I'm sure Peter would be happy to come and speak to anybody who would like and talk about his firm. His firm is highly regarded. It does many, many point-in-time counts around the country or around the West Coast. And they're adjusting the numbers based on getting data from the shelter system, getting data from the jail system, getting data from the hospital system. That is how they are adjusting numbers, is as they're adding to the system. I also, if I could, would like to add that I did, because I do take very seriously any questions that I get from anybody on the board or any of our elected officials. I've spent many hours on the phone, both to San Mateo County and to ASR, the company who does this. San Mateo County, very similar to the city and county of San Francisco, we're doing quarterly counts now. They're not accurate. We don't necessarily publish them, but we're doing it so that we can get a bird's eye view of what's happening in different districts, and HSOC has been managing that process. San Mateo County is doing that every year in a very informal count that they do not publish, so I believe the data that the supervisor is, the county supervisor that you spoke to has, is that data. I confirmed that this morning and have an email from county staff in San Mateo County because I was concerned that I'm like, how is it possible that they could have their point-in-time count done in 3 days or even before April or May or June, and confirmed this fact. So we are an incredibly data-driven department. We are running various data models that allow us to do predictive analytics to help us figure out where we should be investing our money based on past successes. We, again, are standing up and spending a tremendous amount of effort on this new data system, which I think is a national best practice and has been, I think it has not been perfect, but it's been successfully rolling out. So I agree, data is incredibly important. Numbers should not be cooked, but I think that we have taken every step to ensure, number one, that we have excellent usable data, and that when we are being graded, if you will, it is being done completely independently. City used to have city staff managing it. This is done completely independently by a very reputable firm. I'm sorry that their voicemail was full, and I cannot speak to that, but I do believe both my conversations with ASR, my staff, and numerous people in San Mateo County make me feel comfortable that we're on the right path, and that the timing, whereas it's not desirable. It is certainly, it's understandable and very, very similar to what my colleagues are experiencing around the country.
All right, through the chair, and I don't want to belabor this, and I know that Supervisor Haney would like to cycle into this meeting. How many people competed for this contract? How many companies?
We put out an RFQ, and actually only one company applied. Okay. Very few companies, I will also say, meet the minimum requirements. And I'm sorry, Supervisor, I haven't been in my office yet, but I will send you that contract and ASR's response, as well as the RFQ that you asked for. It's in my inbox. I just need to forward it to you.
Thank you for remembering my request from last evening. Transparency, transparency, transparency. So we count much more complicated things called elections downstairs once or twice a year. And we get frustrated when, ranked choice voting takes 3 and 4 days, okay? The fact that you cannot, in real time, at least reveal the numbers. So, fine, you're out there, processing additional data, doing other things in the jails. Show us and the public the numbers in real time. That should not be a heavy request. When it takes between January and May or June, that looks bad to a supervisor. It looks bad to the public. It looks like you're hiding something, or your contractor, your sole source, or a one-bid contractor whose voicemail is full is hiding something. It is unacceptable. With that, I will let Supervisor Haney cycle in. I'm sorry that I'm so exercised about this, but it's like we voted 11-0 to allow a new department to be created, and Mr. Kozycki, this supervisor is going to hold you accountable.
Thank you, Supervisor. No applause in the chamber. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin.
Chair, if I could possibly respond to that.
Yeah.
So it's really, I will just say it's incredibly disappointing to me that this is the conversation that we're having about the number one issue in the city and county of San Francisco. There unfortunately,
although if you continue in that way, I am quite confident Supervisor Peskin is going to come back in and respond.
Perhaps. And I just would like to add that, that this, unfortunately, homelessness has been around for 40 years now. And unfortunately, this is a field of people who have become experts in this. And I will tell you that places around the country who, so I look to my colleagues. I don't think in San Francisco we have the answers to everything. And again, I took very seriously the supervisor's concerns and contacted my colleagues from around the state. And I know that we don't have time to do this, and I'm nervous and my thumbs are shaking, but I can look up on my phone if you give me a few moments, or I can come back to that, and I can tell you some real-time data that we have about how many homeless families there are in the city right now, about how many people have been assessed. This was not possible even 6 months ago, and we have been working incredibly hard. So this is the one area where what I think the city has done, because it's important that we do it, a really tremendous amount of work. And I'm a bit flabbergasted about based on, again, national best practices, our desire to ensure that the numbers are actually accurate and honest and done apart from us, and the fact that when I stop shaking, I can open up my phone and provide you real-time data on both our system and on individuals, which again was not possible not that long ago, and has been really and will continue to be a revolutionary. This doesn't mean that we solve homelessness, but it's an important step for people who are experiencing homelessness, so that rather than having to go and just get in 50 different lines, one person can tell them what's going on and where they need to go next. And also for the city in terms of understanding what's happening in real time and how to best use our investments. So I'm sorry that I took the time. I appreciate you allowing me to comment back, and happy to talk about this issue at any other time.
Okay. Thank you, Director Kozycki. I know that my colleagues have many questions and comments. I will start with Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, I do have a lot of questions. First, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Peskin and Supervisor Brown because I've been watching them step up and try to find locations and offer up place after place, only to be told no. I do want to say, and I'll start out by saying, through the chair, Mr. Kaczynski, you have an incredibly difficult job, and I know that you're balancing a lot on your plate. But I, too, have had a hard time with your department, and in fact, even though opening up 1515 South Van Ness was your original idea, when I worked with the owners of the site, Lennar, and got them to say yes, I don't believe you would have opened the center there if I hadn't gone to Mohammed Nuru and Mayor Lee directly and asked them to open that site because of the crisis on the streets. And so I have to agree with my colleague, Supervisor Peskin, that it's been very frustrating, the level of bureaucracy that we encounter when trying to make the urgent difference that we want to make on the streets. And when you say that in the last 2 years, there's been 491 net new beds, 200 and less than 250 beds per year that we're adding to the system, that is frankly not responding to the level of crisis that we have on the street with the urgency that we need to have when we've all agreed that it is this crisis. And to be told no every single time we come and ask and offer up a new site, and then an alternative, and then an alternative. When I've come and said, you know, we have to now deal with the RV crisis, and I'm told that's not a priority, no, we're not going to deal with it. It is just incredibly frustrating when I go to DPH because, you throw up your hands and say mental health is not our issue. We deal with homelessness but not mental health. Go to DPH. And then I go, well, I thought we created one department to focus on homelessness so that there be that level of coordination. How can you possibly say that mental health and homelessness should not be interlinked and dealt with in the same department? And then I go to DPH and I say, DPH, I need your help because we have people in absolute crisis on the street and I need your help to find them a home. And they say, sorry, the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing took all our beds that we have access to. What do you expect us to do? We're at our wits' end on this side of government. The Board of Supervisors is at our wits' end. So I'm going to go and ask my questions, but I have to say that, as frustrated as I was with Mayor Breed for not supporting Prop C, which I think was the biggest mistake she's made yet, because we need those resources, and her excuse was that she doesn't believe in the ability of her own departments to carry out and use that money wisely, then we have a crisis in this city, and we have to then deal with those departments so that we can effectively and timely use the resources we have to respond to the emergency we have. We have to ask for this level of accountability. It's uncomfortable, but it is the truth. And there are people dying in the streets that we have to fight for. So I have some questions that I want to drill in on your slide on page 29, the expansions of services 2019-2020. You say you're opening up 800 more shelter beds. Where are they going, and what is the timeline for all 800 beds?
So our plan is to have 500 beds opened up by sometime this summer, and the other 500 beds open up sometime by 2020.
I want more detail. Where this summer are those 500 beds going to go?
We are exploring numerous sites around the city, and I don't have specific information for you on those locations at this time.
So I'm going to interrupt just for a second. So, I know it is challenging if you hear things that are frustrating not to respond, and I know it is also challenging when someone is saying something that you vociferously and vehemently agree with not to applaud. But we have asked folks from these departments to come and speak to us at this hearing. I'm grateful to them for being here. I think my colleagues have questions to ask. I want to hear answers. I'm glad folks are here to hear those answers, but it is against our rules to have applause or jeering or booing in the chamber. If people want to express their approval, I believe we do the hands thing, and if they are unhappy, we ask them to do the thumbs down. But this is not an inquisition of our staff, and nor is it an opportunity to sort of stir up, or this is not a rally, it's a hearing. So I would ask folks to try and keep the level of quiet greater. All right, please continue.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. So the reason that I'm asking for more detail, and maybe you can actually respond to this, is we have such intense budget fights every year because we want to use every penny wisely and for the most urgent needs. And we put money in the budget last year for a transitional age youth navigation center that we all agreed was urgent. The crisis in the LGBT community for homeless youth is at a level that is obscene. And so we all agreed that we got to get that Tate Navigation Center open. It was in the budget all year. We still don't have a Tate Navigation Center. How is that possible?
So the Tate Navigation Center, as I believe Supervisor Peskin mentioned, we need to be opening up navigation centers where they're needed. And the bulk of the Tate population is in District 5. So we have been working very hard to find a site in District 5. We're currently pursuing a number of sites. Supervisor Brown absolutely has been sending me ideas, and we have been running all of those ideas down. We are currently looking at a site that's tied up in a court battle. It would be a perfect site, location-wise, cost-wise, and it could be a permanent site for Tay. It has just been a challenge in San Francisco, given the real estate costs and for many other reasons, to find a site in that specific district. Now, we could probably find a site to open the Tay Navigation Center somewhere else, but we're going to run into the problem of that's not where that site is needed. So that has been the frustration and the challenge. We share that with you and appreciate your sense of urgency, but want to assure you that we are chasing down all sites. Yes, 1515 South Van Ness was my idea. Thank you for acknowledging that. And I came to you for help, and I appreciate your help. I could never have done that without you. And I will say Supervisor Brown has been just as fierce in terms of identifying sites and has been incredibly supportive and really creative. She alluded to some of her ideas earlier, but that's the reason we are just having a hard time putting the site where it needs to be. And have been told no by a lot of places that we have asked. But we will make this happen, Supervisor. It is a high priority. This is what our staff wake up every day thinking and caring about, and myself included in that. But that one has been frustrating and complex. And also, we'll say, is being funded through in part through a federal grant, of which San Francisco fought hard to get. We were one of 10 cities to be able to get funding. So we have been, in the meantime, because it's not okay to not address this, added 500 new rapid rehousing slots for transition-aged youth in order to at least kind of continue the process of trying to help a population that had been traditionally underserved. So, but we are working really hard on this, and every single day, in fact, the director of real estate in the city and county of San Francisco has called me 3 times already this morning. Maybe it's good news, maybe it's another site, but it is something we're talking about on an ongoing basis.
So if we can't find a site in an entire year to even start building it and opening it up to deal with the crisis of transitional age youth that are, on the streets, how do you not create an alternative plan then? I mean, do you see what I'm saying? If it's a crisis, then we don't accept no for an answer. We cannot accept no for an answer. We have to then go, you know what, we're going to go to another district. I mean, I have a hard time believing we couldn't find a single site in District 5. I really do. And if we have to open it up in Golden Gate Park, and I've heard Phil Ginsburg say no, then the mayor needs to tell her staff, no is not an okay answer. We must open the site this year because there are kids dying in the street. That's the kind of urgency that I'm looking for and that I am not seeing from your department, and that we as members of the Board of Supervisors have to now get involved at this micro level to demand, because it just has to happen faster and with more urgency. So again, I'm gonna lay off, although I shouldn't. I should take the rest of this hearing to go over each of these 500 beds and ask you where you're gonna put them and what the timeline is, because that is my right to ask that question, and it's the public's right to know the answer to it. And you're clearly speaking in very vague terms, and I'm not sure why. And I just don't have the faith to trust you anymore that these are going to get opened on this timeline, because it just hasn't happened in the past couple of years that you've been here. But I will let it go. But I think I might call on Tuesday for a hearing where we ask for all 800 beds for a document with the timeline and the place where they're all going to go, because it's seeming as if we're having to provide that level of supervision for the city departments to take the level of urgency and the level of action that we need to treat this crisis on par with where it's at. So I'm going to let you go for the moment, but I want you to know with those 800 beds that the answers we're working on 500 by summer and the other 300 by the end of the year is not going to cut it for me. I need more details on that. I'll turn it over to the rest of my colleagues before I come back and ask more questions.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Walton.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. So definitely have a few questions and just a few statements. As we look at slide 14, and on slide 14, we talk about having 33 individuals on HSOC priority list, high priority list. How do you get on the high priority list?
So there's multiple different mechanisms, and the high priority list is really funneled through the Department of Public Health. So these are individuals that potentially are having mental health needs or other needs that are causing concerns either through city agencies or neighborhoods, and we've gotten multiple citations around them, not official citations, but multiple notifications around them. And so it goes, most of it gets funneled through HSOC in terms of those requests, and then gets consolidated.
And then having 33 individuals on the high priority list, now what are we doing with these 33 individuals?
So it's very dependent on each case. What are the needs of that case? And it's taken into our care coordination team as well as HSH to work on a care coordination plan of where the person is in terms of what care they're willing to receive at that time and at right now, and then how we can get them to a point where they could potentially get more care and get into our system.
And then when we set the care plan, and let's say 20 of them decide to go with the plan that's in place, but 13 of them don't want to accept services, are reluctant to accept services, what happens then?
We continue outreach and engagement. This is all about relationship building with the individual, so that never goes away. So we're going out there on a regular basis to check in what the, and to make sure that the person is okay, and hopefully develop a relationship over time where they will be willing to accept.
So also, if you can, because I did hear something that I was definitely pleased about in the presentation earlier in the other room, when I did hear Director Kositsky state that sometimes we make assessments or we address some of the concerns not just based on 311 calls, but what we are seeing and what's happening. And that definitely tells me that these are the times where data is not always your friend. And I always talk about that because, one, data has to be reliable, but two, there is something when you have people that see things going on consistently every single day that they feel should be addressed, and somehow it doesn't show up in the data, but it's definitely very, very real. So walk me through how, let's say, you see something like I see every single day, or when I walk out of my, when I'm either have just dropped off my youngest or I'm on my way to City Hall or going to a meeting, and my wife is texting me these photos of what she sees, and I'm like, are you my wife or are you a constituent right now? But, and this is happening consistently. Walk me through, what do you do when you see 8 RVs parked on Carroll Street, and they've been parked there, maybe not the same 8, but walk me through how that experience works.
Sorry. Do you want to take that? Or you want me to take it?
The RV.
Yeah. So, all right. I guess I'm taking it. The RV issue is a challenging one, but it is also although it was characterized before that we said we're not working on it, we absolutely have been working on it in earnest since October or November. We've deployed our encampment resolution team that have been dealing with large tents to start working with people in vehicles. What we're doing is going to areas where it's, based on our own, eyeball test or complaints from constituents or emails from some of you. We're picking areas that are highly impacted and then going to each person in those vehicles and taking a census, finding out what it is their needs are. If we find families, they are immediately offered shelter. We have space in our family shelter system. We will immediately offer those shelters families. If we see people who are medically compromised, and we contact DPH, and they have taken people literally from their RVs to San Francisco General to get care. And then, with other folks, we are problem solving with them. We have helped people. We ran into a family that was trying to get out of town, and we helped them get their vehicle fixed, and we confirmed they had somewhere where they could go and stay in the northern part of California, and got them a gas card and helped them get on their way. With other folks, we have offered them, and they have accepted placements into navigation centers, especially in what we're seeing is a lot of the people who are in their vehicles, and the ones that we're most concerned about are people who don't own those vehicles. They're either squatting in them or renting them, and they're often very, very unhealthy, on the inside and around them. And many of those folks are willing to take placements into nav centers. And for folks who however, have vehicles that's, is their only asset and it's theirs, and we completely understand the desire to make that happen. We are to keep the vehicle. I'm sorry. We are trying to problem solve with them. There's no one size fits all solution, but we have been pretty successful in getting a lot of people assistance. And one gentleman I know just moved into housing like 2 weeks ago that we started out working with, in your district supervisor, who had been living in his vehicle for 10 or 15 years and was very ill and is now placed in permanent housing. So it's a person-by-person approach. We have about 400 to 500 vehicles on the street. It's not a number that's so overwhelming that we can't really approach this on a person-by-person basis, and that's what the team that works on this is doing.
So it is a struggle when we talk about levels of success. When I hear all the approaches, but then we see similar issues and concerns from day to day, and so it is very frustrating when we are in crisis mode, and there is a level of urgency to address issues, and it's not felt that the same level of urgency we see in our communities, the same level of urgency our constituents have, doesn't play into the solutions that are being provided by the leadership of the city. And in this case, I'm talking strictly about department heads, because Supervisor Peskin is right. From my administrative lens, I definitely feel that there's so much happening operational in this city to where the leadership of our departments has to push and push and push so things can be resolved, and continue to work hard and be innovative. And I'm definitely not saying that that's not happening, but I definitely am saying that there's an imbalance between sometimes what departments and the bureaucracy see as success and what is actually happening out in the communities that we all live in. Slide 28, I see the number of behavioral health beds. What's the need? Is that the number of beds we have match the need? And I know the answer to that question, but I have to ask it.
So in terms of, these are the beds that we added in 27-18, we are working towards, it's a good question, especially in this population, in terms of how many of them can we capture and get into care. That is really where we want to develop the need. And I think we're still working on figuring out how best to measure that. Collecting data in the homelessness individuals, there's a lot of distrust with government. So again, like I said, it's really developing those relationships on a one-to-one basis and working with the individual at that point in time. So a lot of it is just trying to estimate what we're seeing and where we're seeing potential wait times, and then trying to add.
And so also when Supervisor Peskin was in the chamber, Director Kositsky, there was a question that was asked about one of the sites in District 3. And I do have to drill down on the fact that, we as colleagues, particularly in the districts who are most affected by navigation centers and shelters, we push our colleagues to help focus on finding sites, to work with their constituents to make things happen. And so I definitely don't like hearing that there are sites that my colleagues have tried to work with your department on to try to activate as a navigation center, a shelter, et cetera, and it hasn't been able to happen. And one of your responses was that the investment we put in, sometimes the duration is not necessarily worth it if we know it's going to be short term. But I do know for a fact that we have brought navigation centers into communities knowing, or at least under the impression, that they wouldn't be there very long. We have been fortunate enough, and I'll give the example of the dog patch site. There was only a guarantee for a small number of years, but after the residents in the surrounding community saw how successful things were working, we actually have a longer duration. So I think in a crisis, we're not as concerned about whether they're short-term or not as we go into some of these deals. And I know everything about building and activating a navigation center is not just on HSH, but I do know that if we're all fighting for the same things and working hard to make things happen, that it sends a message to everyone. And so if we have sites, and if they are temporary, it's probably a better response to make it happen versus continuing to leave the number of people we have not having beds or out on the street, right? So I am 100% excited about any time I see a space that we can activate. And so I had a few more questions too, but I will yield time. But the one thing I guess that I am trying to say here is we are all looking for you and all the departments involved to say, this is how we are going to address everything. Not, these are all the constraints. Not, these are all the obstacles that are in front of us, which, we are all aware of. I know your job is hard. Me and you talk about this often, about the complexity of your role and everything that you and your team have to deal with. And I would not want your job. And I can tell you I didn't say that publicly. But I also can say that I'm more excited to hear about all the innovative things that your department is planning to do to address the issues that exist. And I don't care how innovative, and if it breaks rules, if the city attorney is upset, I want to hear answers that are going to do things that are going to help us solve the problem. You know, are we talking to our school district the way we should and asking them, you've got a pilot program, you've housed people who are in your schools. How has that conversation continued to ask the school district to expand that? And it should be happening every single day with the school district and your department. Are we really assessing every single vacant space that we have in San Francisco, pushing our Department of Real Estate, pushing MOHCD, looking at our mayor used to always talk about public housing vacancies and what are we doing with those? And I've heard every excuse about how it would not work. Now I want to hear the answer about how it will work. And I want to hear the answer about how it will work every time we ask a question about something that we think might make sense, because we have to really be working from that standpoint in this crisis. And so we're all frustrated. I do have faith in your team and your department, and I want you to start saying, this is how we're going to do it, this is what we're going to do, and get us excited about, rather than talk about all the obstacles, because we all know what those obstacles are. And yes, I guess I am saying, knowing that you almost have an impossible job, tell me how we're going to deal with that, because if we focused on half empty, then none of us would be in this room right now. And I have high expectations of all of you sitting over there.
You don't have to respond, but if you would like to, you can.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. Yes, I would like to respond first about this issue around urgency. You know, I will tell you, and this unfortunately feels like it's becoming personal, so I will just say personally, you know, I've been doing this work for 32 years, 2 years, 7 months, and 28 days working for the government. Most of my work has been starting out as a case manager and working in the nonprofit sector. This is what I do. This is why I wake up in the morning, and that our sense of urgency is beyond, I think, maybe, and I'm sorry if we're not good at projecting that, but, you know, I go into the hospital on weekends and visit with clients, and then I go into my office and I see my staff working on Sunday afternoon, and not management staff who are just coming in on their own because they care so much. We have opened up more shelter beds and more permanent supportive housing since our department formed. If you go back and look historically at the rate at which shelter beds, housing, and new program expansions occurred, you will see a huge spike in terms of adding more shelter beds, adding more housing, but also being innovative around fixing our data systems, putting prevention and diversion as front and center in the system. This is not as simple as just let's open up more shelter beds or let's open up something and we can say that we did something. As I had said earlier, between 2005 and 2015, we nearly doubled the amount of money we invested in homelessness. We have more permanent supportive housing per resident in San Francisco than any other city in the United States. We have invested a great deal of money, but we never built a system that made any sense. And we are struggling not only to add more shelter beds, to add more housing, but to make a system that works for people who are experiencing homelessness and that works for people who live in this community or are impacted by homelessness. So the work, so when we look at a site and say, is this going to work or not, we're evaluating it against, well, what else could we do with that money? Could we take that $3 million and instead of investing it in a site that's going to be open for a year and a half, can we have that at a site that's going to be open permanently? So, and then the last thing I just want to point out is that Mayor Breed, who talks to me every day and has the same sense of urgency that we all have on this issue, you know, has announced that the move towards something called safe centers, which is taking what we learned from navigation centers, because there's many beautiful things about them, and I commend those who helped to develop them, Sam and Emily and everybody who worked on the navigation centers, but they also need to be cost-effective, scalable, and sustainable. So the Safe Center model is a little bit different from the Navigation Center model, but we're trying to do things that are going to work and that are going to lead towards a long-term reduction in homelessness, as well as an immediate suffering for as many people as we possibly can. So rest assured that we have expanded a great deal. We are incredibly urgent. The problem, though, is still like getting ahead of us, as we pointed out before. 150 newly homeless people a week, coming into the city with 50 people that we're able to house or help house every week, and we're working at multiple levels to address this, including shelters, but also including data systems, prevention and diversion, new permanent supportive housing. And I'm sorry that we haven't been maybe good enough at educating people or showing to you how hard that we're working. If anybody ever questions how hard that is, I suggest you stop by our office on any weekend or at 9 o'clock at night and see the hardworking staff at HSH who are just going way above and beyond, and as well as all of our nonprofit partners who go way, way above and beyond or in the grind every day. So I think the urgency is there. And I think what would be helpful is we could identify sites. And I think Supervisor Ronan and I disagree on a lot of things, but having the support, your support, any supervisor support on a site and making that happen, we're more than willing to go and do that. 1515 South Van Ness was an already built box, so it was very cheap to make it happen. We could have done that for a month if we wanted to. Taking an empty parking lot and bringing in utilities that cost millions of dollars to do is a totally different investment in things. So, but we are down for whatever opportunities you present to us. But let's make sure that what we do is use our resources as effectively as we possibly can.
And I just want to go back to my statements as always seeing the glass half full. Your name is synonymous with the leadership of Department of HSH. So this is not a personal attack on you, but at the same time, I said a lot, and my colleagues have said a lot, but focus on the positive thing that I said is I have the faith in you and your team having the ability to do this. We just want to push you to do it.
Thank you, Supervisor Walton. I am aware of the fact that Director Kozycki, and he communicated this to us days ago, was going to need to leave at 12:30. I do have some questions for him myself, but if Supervisor Haney and Stephanie have questions for Director Kozycki, maybe ask those, and I'll try to get in before the end. But let's hold off on. Sorry, it's going to be 10 minutes of more of the Jeff show.
You're the chair. Why don't you? I'll defer to you, and then I'll continue. A lot of my questions are about HSOC, so I can
others may be
those.
able to answer
yeah.
that. All right. Okay. Well, and I will have questions for some of the other folks later on, and particularly about some of the obstacles. We haven't talked a ton about what I hear from my constituents about how they 311 and they report things, and maybe things clear up for a day, but it's not cleared up tomorrow, or maybe the tent stays even though they've reported a million times. And I do want to have that conversation with others, but there are some philosophical questions about shelter and how much shelter the city should have that I would like to explore with Director Kozycki, because the city has changed its mind a lot over the last 15 years about this question and has gone veering wildly in all sorts of different directions around it. My sense, although Director Kozycki will know better, is that we significantly reduced our shelter bed capacity in the new sub-administration based on the theory that we should be prioritizing supportive housing, that it costs a lot to shelter someone over each night. That doesn't solve the problem. It may be attracting people. It may be attractive to folks from other places to come get a shelter here. I don't know whether I believe that or not, but that's a theory. And that what you want to do is reduce shelter bed capacity, shift those dollars over into creating supportive housing units, and have more supportive housing. My sense is, you can talk about it, that that's what the city did, and that we got kind of under-sheltered maybe for what the need is in the city. That there was a strong reaction against that from this board, primarily led by not this board, because many of us are new, but from the Board of Supervisors, saying, no, there need to be off-ramps, and that the off-ramp that sort of folks started working on was these navigation centers. there are good things about navigation centers and bad things. They're very expensive, but they're attractive to folks and maybe encouraging people to come into shelter who might not otherwise. But again, there are 1,100 more people on any given night who say if you give them a shelter bed to be in, they'll come in. And it seems like much of our ability to enforce, for reasons that we'll explore later, are also related to our ability to offer people real shelter. So I'm wondering if you can talk, I know the mayor has committed to to building out 1,000 more shelter beds. Should we, I think most San Franciscans would believe that we should have shelter for everybody who's willing to come in off the streets. Is that a goal? Well, and maybe talk about anything in there that seems worthy of discussion to you.
Yeah, I think that I'm not sure about the dramatic shelter reduction under the Newsom administration, but there was no more investment in shelter, and I would agree. I think you're implying that wasn't the right move, and I would agree we need to do both. And essentially what sort of the field will say, and people who work on these issues, is for every shelter bed you open, you need to have 3 exits planned, whether it's permanent supportive housing or some other exit for homelessness. So the answer is we need to do both. It cannot be either or we're going to end up with a shelter system that's just full of folks that we cannot find housing for, and the shelter becomes de facto permanent housing, and I don't think that is what any of us want. So when the department started, one of the things that we did was some data modeling around how many more shelter beds we needed, and we came up with, based on demand, on the wait list, as well as other needs that we know exist in the community, that we needed another 1,100 shelter beds. We have opened since that time net new of close to about 450 beds, let's call it. So I think the 1,000 beds that and some of that number includes beds that are, so we need another 800 beds because we've already opened up 200 since Mayor Breed has been in office. We need another 800 beds. I think that gets us closer to where we need to be. But I also believe that could change, and that's why we have this new data system in place where we need to be tracking on a regular basis, demands for things. We've got a much better handle on the demand for family shelter than we did, and we need to do that same thing for. And I think we also need to figure out how to be flexible around the use of space, that shelters that serve adults need to be made more flexible. There's some great models in other places where there's movable walls and you can have a shelter that meets the demand. If you have a large family demand, you kind of move a wall and you've got more spaces for families, et cetera. So I think we're on the right path, but I agree that we do absolutely need more shelter beds and that we should have seen that back in the day. I was around then building permanent supportive housing, and I think the belief was that this was going to solve problems, and it turned out that it solved many for many, many people, but it did not address adequately the issue of street homelessness, and we're seeing that not just here, but all over the state and the West Coast. So,
all right, thank you for that. And recognizing that you got about 3 or 4 minutes. Yep. Then my further question is, so we've heard this morning about some of the challenges that you in your department and the city has faced in trying to identify sites and get these things set up. And even with budget, as Supervisor Ronan has said, the Tay Navigation Center has been hard, even with a supervisor in District 3 who really wants to get some kind of homeless facilities in his district. That's been hard. I want to thank you for working with me on looking at whether there might be options for nav centers or other kinds of facilities for homeless folks in D8. But there is a question of whether we are going to be able to reach a point where we actually, in the immediate foreseeable future or soon future, of having the shelter bed capacity that we need. And meanwhile, there are these impacts in our neighborhoods. And one thought that some have talked about, the coalition has partially embraced, is the idea that either during periods of wet weather, and I know we're going to have a wet weather hearing coming down in a few weeks, but either during wet weather or at all times, if we don't have shelter for people, we should at least have a place where they can be, where they're not going to get moved around and asked to keep moving from block to block, doorway to doorway. Supervisor Peskin suggested, various large public facilities that we might be able to use for that kind of emergency response that would be cheap relative to a shelter bed, but would give people a place to be for some period of time. And the question for me, given the humanitarian crisis we have on our streets and the existential crisis we have for some of our neighborhoods and impacts on communities and businesses and all of this, is whether we shouldn't be exploring that kind of triage approach in some way.
I'm sorry, could you define a little bit more the triage approach?
Well, it would, it could be sanctioned encampments. It would be something that is in the period where we do not have shelter beds. We do not have a place to direct you to go. The city, we can't solve this problem. Should we be offering a lesser level of safety where you can go someplace that will be safe? Maybe you can pitch your tent there. Maybe we give you your tent there. Maybe there's bathrooms. Maybe there's showers. That does not cost as much, nearly as much as a shelter. It doesn't offer the same kinds of services. But is that something that, and I know some other cities have explored this. What are your thoughts on whether we call them sanctioned encampments or whatever we want to call them, that kind of lower level model of care as an interim solution until we have the shelter beds that we need?
I mean, I think that shelter beds are sort of the lower level care and interim solution to people getting into housing, and that what we're exploring, and I think why Mayor Breed wanted us to push on this safe setter model, is how do you make them bigger, how do we do it faster and for less money? I think that is the preferred approach. I think, HUD, I was speaking to some of my colleagues at HUD about this, and I was just curious. I'm like, if we have sanctioned encampments, do those folks count as sheltered or unsheltered? And they said, no, you're unsheltered, because if you need to be giving people electricity, heat, and an indoor place to be and running water, and not not have people outdoors and call it interim level of care. I think there's some challenges around it. In my discussions with the city attorney, there's currently we would have to go to the planning department. I was unable to talk to them before this hearing. I mean, there's a lot of challenges with doing a sanctioned encampment. I personally feel like we can do better than that. We can provide people and should provide people with an indoor place to be, I think, whether it's in the trends base. So I'd rather see interim, solutions be what we're doing, which is opening up more shelters and doing it in a way that's cost effective.
And I agree with that. It's just that the pace is slow, and the reality in our neighborhoods, and the reality for the people who are being moved, who are having these sort of daily engagements with police, outreach workers, angry neighbors, is also tough.
Well, I know that we have also put forward an ordinance that will allow us to greatly speed up the process through which we're able to open new facilities. Mayor Breed's been working with us for quite some time on a new emergency ordinance that I think will make things go faster, and I think that in itself is important. And we, in our department and many other departments, been working, and we feel like that will help with our sense of urgency. And I can probably wind it out for a little bit more, but before I just, because I probably will have to jet out of here, I just want you all to know, first of all, the public, that I will go back and watch all public comment this evening. I apologize deeply for not being able to say and hear it, but some of our staff are here as well. But we will absolutely listen to it, and thank you for being here. I have to actually go to another hearing about this emergency ordinance before the Planning Commission. Which is why I'm needing to exit this. If it ends quickly, I certainly will come back to join you. So my apologies to the public and to all of you.
Thank you, Director Kozycki. Thank you for coming into the Lions Den
Absolutely.
Here today.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stephanie. Vice Chair Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. Director Kozycki, first of all, I just want to thank you for all the times that I've reached out to you when I've had a crisis in my district, and you've been so willing to give me your cell phone number and deal with the person, and you've just, every time I've sent you the pictures and I've been exasperated on how do I deal with this individual, you have been very responsive, and I do want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I know you have to leave, and this is probably a question for somebody else can answer, but I look at the statistics and I see that 39% of people experiencing homelessness report a psychiatric condition, and 41% report drug or alcohol abuse. And I know this population is extremely difficult to serve in a way that just providing a bed doesn't always work. So I want to really, in the hearing that I've called for, it will really focus on 5150s and what we're actually doing at the hospital. But I feel like a lot of times we talk about homelessness, but what we really should be focused on too is our broken healthcare system, that this is a public health crisis, that we have people that are suffering from psychiatric conditions that aren't getting the help that they need, that we don't have enough step-down beds at the hospitals to deal with those who are coming out of a 5150 hold. I mean, it's not just, do we have enough beds? So, I mean, we can get to it later, but I know that it's not always easy just to have a bed because a lot of people don't want the bed. And I know a lot more about addiction than people would think, but I absolutely think that the fact that we have a serious opiate crisis, a serious meth crisis that produces psychoses in people that they can clear up right away and then go back out there and experience it yet again is something that we need to consider as well when we're talking about how many beds do we need and what are those beds. We have to have partnerships with not just SF General, but we have to have partnerships with our other hospitals as well and ask more of our other hospitals to really get to what I think is a public health crisis with those who are experiencing psychiatric conditions every day on our streets. So again, thank you for all your time that you've given me last year.
Thank you for the question, and I'll just give an answer. I'm sure Dr. Baba will want to answer as well. And never when we encounter a client will we throw up our hands and point the finger at another department, but our department does not provide mental health and public health services. What we do is work very closely with the Department of Public Health. And one of the things that I really love about HSOC is that part of it are sort of three components. It's responding to hotspots, to better improving how we deal with 311 calls, but also it's about working with the hardest to serve population. And we have had some unbelievable successes, people that I never would have imagined, that I've been trying long before I got this job to get into housing, into a place of safety, that happened because of the dramatically improved coordination that we have. Prior to HSOC, it was really Barbara Garcia and I having to be on the telephone, and I enjoyed working with her, but that's not a sustainable model to try to case manage people who have these incredible needs. And we've been able to institutionalize that desire to work together through HSOC. And yes, we need more access to beds, but Mayor Breed has been pushing on that as well to make more treatment available for folks. I mean, ideally, we would have, substance abuse and mental health treatment on demand for individuals, but what we're doing is, using what we have as effectively as possible. But then also, and yes, the Department of Public Health used to have 800 direct access to housing beds that are now part of the HSH portfolio, but I think the part that's missing in that is that the other thing that's different about the HSH portfolio is we are now coordinating the sickest and we are prioritizing the sickest and longest term homeless people into housing, many of whom are DPH patients or on their HUMS list. So I would tell you that we are likely serving more high needs individuals in our permanent housing than we ever have before. Because not only do we have 800 units that are available for those patients, we now have the whole 7,700 units in the portfolio, which are being prioritized for our sickest and individuals in the greatest need. So I'm sure Dr. Bob will have more to add, but thank you.
That's it, Vice Chair Stephanie? Yes. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Haney.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman, and thank you, Director Kozycki, as I know you have to go, and to all of the folks who are here and presented and who do this work every day, both folks who are here and out in the field. This is, without a doubt, the most urgent and devastating crisis that we face as a city. It's in many ways, it's a human rights crisis, and I want to appreciate all of the folks, all of my colleagues who spoke so eloquently about the need for urgency as a city and the willingness to step up in your own neighborhoods, in your own districts, to do whatever we possibly can. So I hope that for the departments that you heard, that this board is united in wanting to be a partner and wanting to do a lot more than we're doing now, whether that's opening sites that we haven't considered, allocating money. I think we really feel the urgency from our constituents, and we want to make sure that all of us are stepping up and that we're building shelters and housing all over our city. I have some specific questions about the presentations and about HSOC. I do want to say, because I think it's important, when I read the title for the hearing, City Policies to Reduce Homelessness in Residential Neighborhoods, I want to underscore on behalf of the people who I represent that District 6, especially the neighborhoods of the Tenderloin and Soma, are incredibly dense residential neighborhoods. And sometimes when we talk about residential neighborhoods, we unfortunately are not thinking of the Tenderloin and Soma. Tenderloin in particular has, I believe, the most dense neighborhood in San Francisco in terms of the number of people who live there. And what I don't want to see is solutions that sort of push people out of some neighborhoods into District 6, look the other way and say that we solved the problem. I want to see the same level of urgency for the people who are on the streets in the Tenderloin and Soma as we see everywhere else. And I think that's incredibly critical as we think about this problem. In some cases, some of the approaches around encampment resolutions or sweeps that move people from some neighborhoods where there may be more 311 calls, there may be more neighbors who are calling, et cetera, that can lead to more folks coming in to the Tenderloin where they're not actually getting continued outreach and support. So I just wanted to underscore that as well as we talk about what a residential neighborhood is. When it comes to HSOC, there's a couple things that I really want to drill down on. One is how we are measuring our success. I'm a little surprised to see so many slides here that say HSOC success, tent reduction. I wonder why tents and reduction of tents are the main way that we are describing and identifying what our success is. I don't understand how we're measuring the number of tents on the street. Can you take someone's tent and say we've reduced a tent? That's one question I have here. But in addition to that, you could get rid of a tent and still have somebody who is on the street, still have somebody who is even potentially in an even more desperate situation. I can tell you from my neighborhood where I live in the Tenderloin, we see a lot of people who have a piece of cardboard over them, who are with a blanket at best. I don't think in any understanding of success that we would look to that and say we're doing a good job. In fact, in many ways, we may be putting people in a more dangerous situation in that case. So what I'm wondering is why we're looking at tents as opposed to actually placements for human beings in shelter, housing, or services as a sign of our success. And just as a general point, what sort of data are we actually collecting here? I see and I'm referring to page 22 when I'm talking about the tent reduction. On page 18, where we're talking about the overall success of the Healthy Streets Intervention Program, the things that I would want to know are how many people are we interacting with, who is interacting with them, because if our goal is to actually have folks who are from public health or social workers out there, are they the ones actually out there doing this? What are they being offered? What are people who are on the streets being offered? What are the rates of placement based on those offers? And are we giving folks citations? There's a whole set of questions I have around citations here. But really, the overall set of data, if we're going to say that a program is successful, should be that we are out there getting folks into shelter, housing, services, and actually having some more permanent solution to their situation, which is one that we all agree is unacceptable. So those questions I don't see addressed here, and that comprehensive data. What I see is a lot of data about reduction in tents, which Could mean a lot of things. Could be a good thing because somebody got into a better situation. Could actually be a bad thing if we are reducing tents without actual shelter being provided. And I have a couple more questions, but if maybe you could address that first.
Supervisor Sam Dodge from Public Works, and I do want to bring our attention to page 26 in the bottom, new services and shelter, the most important part of our presentation, because we really can't do our work, as you so rightly put, Supervisor Hanley, without giving people a viable alternative that's going to work for them. This is not the kind of system that can kidnap people. We're not out there making arrest first. You know, and in fact, to make a difference on the street, we need to open up new navigation centers. We have to create pathways to housing. We have to transform lives, and that's how we reduce tents. I mean, as you and many others know, a tent is $20 at Target. It's really not a solution. Or an obstacle, to acquiring a new one. Taking tents is not a sustainable way to reduce tents on the street. We have to work with the person in that tent, and that's what we are doing together at HSOC. And so, the other stuff, as we've been over, is not simple, but it's necessary to open up new facilities and to design good programs that meet with the needs of people experiencing homelessness. And so, the behavioral health and other kinds of interventions that are listed here, I can give to my colleagues at Public Health to talk about.
Sure. So the behavioral health beds that have been added over this last year include hummingbird beds, which is our navigation center that is low barrier for people that are experiencing mental health or substance use disorders. This is on the campus of San Francisco General and has been highly effective. It's so much so that we've expanded it for this fiscal year. We've also added bed at the Healing Center, which is located at St. Mary's, and that was a collaboration through multiple different health service systems, so UCSF, St. Mary's, us, as well as a team of providers that provide care at the Healing Center for some of the most highly complex individuals around this that have mental health issues. So those were the main beds that were added for this year, and those expansions will continue this year. The other expansion that we're having this year is, as was mentioned, step down from substance use. Once you get treatment, step down has been limited, and so we are adding 72 beds for step down to allow a little bit more flow through the system.
I appreciate everything that's being added, and obviously, as folks have talked about, we need to add a lot more. And maybe this information isn't immediately available right now. I do think this is critical to know if you are collecting this data, one, and if we're going to have a hearing on HSOC, it seems that this should be data that we are more open and honest about. How many people did you interact with? Who interacted with them? What were they offered? What did they accept if they were offered something? Were they placed? That to me is the fundamental question of success or not success. Whether tents are disappearing from our streets can be for a variety of reasons. It doesn't tell me. I think our residents, people who are living on the streets, people in our neighborhoods, everybody deserves these types of answers, particularly if we're saying that this is a successful approach to get people help. Because what I've heard is that this is about healthy streets, this is about getting people into services and all of that, except I'm not seeing anything that actually tells me that the support and help that people are getting, where they're going, who's offering it to them. I mean, that to me is just a fundamental question if we're assessing a program. And it's important not just to understand whether this is working, but also to understand where the gaps are. We hear a lot of things about people who aren't accepting stuff and all this. If we're to identify as policymakers where the need is, I can't just be told what is happening with tents or what beds are already being added. I need to know what's actually happening on the streets and what people need and what we're unable to deliver for them because it's not there. And I'm unable to do that based on what you've shown us today.
My name is Simon Pang. I'm a captain with the San Francisco Fire Department. I work on EMS 6. That is our team that works with frequent 911 utilizers. It's a small team, a high-performance team. We are that team that we're an action-oriented team. We started working with HSOC in January at the invitation of Commander Lazar. Your question is, who are the people that are actually doing the work? So let me just say, we work side by side with the homeless outreach team. So first, the homeless outreach team. Let me just say, they work very hard. They're dedicated. They're having trouble retaining their members. It's hard work. They're very poorly paid. In addition, I know that there's the Felton outreach team run by DPH. There's the lead team. There's 2 of them. And then there's us, EMS 6. And the fire department in whole. Let me just say that we have been measuring of all the people transported by ambulance by the fire department who has an identifiable home address. And in 2018, there were over 42,000 individual people who utilized 911. Over 30% of those people did not have an identifiable home address. So we're talking close to 15,000 people that the San Francisco Fire Department emergency services transported to hospitals that are homeless. That's why we exist. Now, of those people, we've identified over 1,000 people. Of those 42,000 people that are transported to hospitals, 2.5% of them are frequent 911 utilizers. And what we mean by that are essentially people who use 911 over 10 times a year. So that 2.5% of the population of 911 utilizers, they account for 19.75% of the total resources of the San Francisco Fire Department. It's an incredible, disproportionate number. Now, EMS 6, what we do is we essentially do ad hoc case management. And we go meet people at the hospital on the scene of an emergency. We get to know them. We build up a relationship with them. Then we go find them on the street. And we assess them daily if they want to go to alcohol or substance detox, substance use treatment. We get them shelter for the night. We get them to the sobering center. Mm-hmm. We find them case management. It's very, very difficult work. Now, we've had very good success. And every month in 2018, on average, the top 20 911 utilizers, we've had over a 40% decrease in their utilization. And we focus the top 20 utilizers, we're talking about people who use 911 300 plus times a year. They're in an ambulance every day. So that is what we're doing, and those are the people that are actually meeting the people.
Thank you, and thank you, and I definitely appreciate the work that your department does, and the EMTs and firefighters. I see you all out, and I know that you all are the frontline responders in many cases. Do you want to, before I, Commander Lazar?
Yeah, Supervisor Haney, thank you. I just wanted to add, in terms of the data, and I understand your question. I know we've talked about tent encampments here today, but what are we doing? What are the numbers on how many people we're connecting? And every day we're working to connect folks to our navigation center, to shelters. And I know we're going to talk more about the policing aspect and why the SFPD is involved and what we're doing on that. But whether we're getting people connected with shelter, every day officers and our outreach workers are trying to assess the needs, connect individuals to the resources that are available. I talked earlier about the training. The more training our officers are receiving, the more they're able to connect people with services. The HSIP that we presented on, officers every day are asking people to go to the cask and get connected with drug treatment. Once a week, we have an 8-hour operation where we're working very hard to get people, in lieu of taking them to the county jail, taking them to the cask and getting them connected with an outreach worker. So that is evolving. But you're absolutely right. And the controller's office has done an incredible job tracking the data. And as you're speaking, I'm thinking, yes, those slides are missing. We need to provide you with data as to how many people we've brought to the NAV center, how many people we've brought to shelter, how many people have accepted the drug treatment, which we do have that slide regarding HSIP and the great work of public health and adult probation. But it's more than just cleaning up encampments. And I look forward to the encampment conversation, but we're doing a lot to help people. That's what we do every day.
Yeah. Thank you. And I know that we're going to also have another hearing next Thursday where we'll be able to continue some of this conversation, and maybe some of those details can be brought to that hearing. I just want to say a couple more things that I'll leave out there, and then I'm sure other people have things to say. I do think that this data, particularly if we're saying that we're bringing all this under one roof and there's the coordination, that in that situation, one of the benefits that we should have is added data and analysis of what's working, who's doing it, et cetera. There's other pieces to this, though, which you identified, which is that it seems that HSOC is mainly focused on the larger encampments, and one thing that was a little confusing to me is what about the sort of smaller 1 or 2 people? Certainly in a lot of parts of my district, in the Tenderloin and parts of Soma, that's more the reality, and who is doing the direct outreach to folks in that situation, to individuals in that situation. What are they being offered? What type of training? All of the things that come with what I think is probably the more likely interaction that we're seeing. And as you know, as a part of that, and one of the reasons why I'm wondering who is doing it, which is that I think we all agree, including I know that law enforcement's playing a really central role in this, but I want to know how we can get the people whose job it is to be trained to work with people who are on the streets, to get them the help that they need, leading that response. I think to put it on your officers to be the ones out there offering shelter and getting people, I think they're going to play that role, and I hope that they have that training because it's going to come up. But I also want to make sure that we've got the other folks who are trained clinical professionals, outreach workers, who are the ones leading the response. I think that's likely to get the most effective outcomes. And I can't tell from what I'm looking at here what the balance is in terms of who's doing it. And I appreciate the fire department putting that out there and what type of training that is needed around that. 2 other things, and I don't need responses to this now, but I would like to know more about the property confiscation, what the policies are around that. We've heard a lot of questions and concerns about that. Under what circumstances is property confiscated? We haven't heard that. And then also some of the strategies around the barricades. In my neighborhood along Hyde Street, we pretty much have barricades everywhere now. It looks like you're in kind of like a war zone. And is that our permanent solution to some of these issues? I'm wondering how that fits into this, and whether that's sending the right message in terms of our commitment to lead with services and support, and really the fundamental long-term solutions for people, rather than pushing them from one area to another area to another area. But I recognize this is very complicated work, but one of the most important things that we can do is have all of the information and data so that we can really understand what's happening, and then fight for the resources and the policy changes to make sure that we're more effective.
Thank you, Supervisor Haney. I should say, so for those of you who may be here for the second item on our agenda, coordination of homeless services across city departments, which is focusing heavily on 5150 and response to the mental health crisis on our streets. In view of the time, I think when we get to that point, Vice Chair Stephanie is going to suggest that we can continue it until the 14th. So that second hearing is likely to be on the 14th. If there's anyone here who's here for that hearing, and I apologize, but just given how long this is taking, we probably, to give that one its due, need to give it a separate date. So that'll be March 14th. Supervisor Ronan.
Mr. Chair, before to address that, we will still call that item, and we will still have public comment as it was agendized.
Yeah. So people, if they want to speak on that item, we'll still be able to speak about it, but we're not going to hear presentations today.
Thank you so much, and I'll be quick. I'm going to come in and out during public comment because I have to run to another meeting, but I just quickly wanted to follow up on Supervisor Haney's line of questioning, and I do want to recognize, because I've been really tough today how difficult this is, because on the one hand, I know that you all really want to help people that are in dire straits. On the other hand, there is so much pressure not only on all of us as elected officials, but on all of you from the departments of housed neighbors and small businesses who are also impacted by this crisis. And so you're constantly having to balance response that are very different responses to both of those communities. So I do want to recognize how challenging that is. And I think that the way that this hearing was framed, would have led to believe it was more about responding to the housed residents. And so we got some of the data that sort of kind of shows that, how many, how 311 calls have declined, things like that. But I do think that to solve the problem, we need the data that Supervisor Haney is asking for. So I just wanted to recognize that. But I do want to drill in, because HSOC is sort of leading this effort in the city, a little bit more about sort of the nuts and bolts of what happens. And what's so important here is that the way that we designed sort of the precursor to HSOC, which I was very involved in the Mission District, was a very specific model where when we were offering someone services to move into the navigation center, we weren't offering them a day or 7 days or 30 days. We were offering them a spot in the navigation center until we were able to find an exit or housing for them. And so I, at the time, was saying, this is a safe, dignified, really person-centered place where we're actually offering really robust services and help. And so if a person chooses not to accept those services, then we can say it's not okay to camp on the streets. But it was because we were offering something real and genuine on the back end. What I'm afraid has happened, and this is why I push so much on creating more navigation center space, is that what we've now done is taken that model and we've said, if we offer you a night or 7 nights in a navigation center, then we're going to take your tent and we're not going to allow you to sleep on the streets. Or sleep in this spot. We're going to push you to a different neighborhood, which is not the same thing as the model we were trying to create. And I don't think you can short shift this, because if I were sleeping in a tent on the street and I was offered 7 days in a navigation center and I was going to give up my security system and my belongings and the spot that I feel comfortable in for the moment, the rational choice is not to accept that. The rational choice is, if I'm going to be back out on the street in 7 days, then I'm not going to accept this to begin with. And so that's my question about how we're doing things now, and what we're really offering people as an alternative to the street.
All right, Supervisor Ronan, thank you for bringing up that topic. And I think what I'd like to do is just take a few moments to explain our procedure, our department policy, because we've seen a lot in the media and we've heard all these rumors and there's things on social media. And I'm here today to set the record straight, talk about department policy, and then you can hold us accountable to that policy. I mean, if we're all on the same page, then you know what our procedures are. So essentially, and yes, we need resources, and we've heard all about all the work the departments are doing and what we need. And Supervisor Haney brought up about how police officers a lot of times are on the front lines doing this work, trying to connect people to services, we're helping people. And I know our job as police officers is to help people. There's debates about whether we should be doing this work or not, but in the meantime, we are, and there is a need to get things done in the city and get people connected to the best of our ability. Our procedures are pretty straightforward. You know, when officers encounter individuals in encampments, the first thing we ask our officers to do is assess medical needs first. Like, does this person need to go to the hospital? Do they have a life-threatening medical issue that they need medical attention? So that's really our primary on helping individuals first off. Secondly, we then talk with them about resources and say, all right, well, do you know where you can take a shower? And are you getting something to eat? Are you going to these different places that offer free food? Would you like a shelter, or can we connect you with the navigation center? And I know there's a conversation about this large waiting list every night, but the police department has priority in some of these resources to get people connected, and that's the way that we have the system set up. If an individual says, you know, I really want to get off the streets and I want to get into the navigation center, what the officer does is the officer calls back to HSOC. What we tried to do is try to make a one-stop shop so that police officers and others don't have to fumble through their notes to figure, is it a Tuesday? Is it 5 o'clock? What's this number? No, just call one number, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Speak with the person, the officer or whomever at HSOC and say, I'm at 15th and Julian. I have one person who wants to go to the nav center. If the HSOC says, yes, we have a bed for them, then our policy is straightforward. We do not issue a citation. We do not confiscate that tent. We say to that person, you're allowed to take that with you. Let's try to pack up your stuff and let's get you to the nav center. And officers put people in our police cars and take them to the nav center and check them in. So our policy's been very clear, especially since the chief just reiterated it in a department email to all police officers in San Francisco on February 9th that we will follow these procedures. We will not issue citations when someone agrees to go to a nav center or shelter. And I understand your point about 7 days or 1 day. That's our current policy. Sometimes along the way, Public Works may be present, and then there's a conversation about bagging and tagging, and I think we're pretty good. We talked to Portland the other day. They store people's items for 30 days. We store people's items for 90 days. So we go through this bag and tag process. Okay, second scenario, we say to the person, would you like shelter? And they say, no, we want to stay here in our tent. We call back in light of the Boise, Idaho case and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal case where you cannot enforce the law unless you have a shelter or a place for people to go. We call back to HSOC and we say, okay, HSOC, this person's refusing to go, or this person is not service ready. Do you have something at the nav center? No. Do you have something somewhere else? No. Then our policy's clear. Even though they don't want to leave their tent, we can't enforce illegal lodging. Nor can we confiscate the tent because we couldn't provide them shelter, therefore we can't enforce it. Last and final scenario, same scenario, person says, I'm not interested in going to shelter or nav center. We will do our best to convince people. We'll call back to HSOC. HSOC will say, yes, I spoke to the nav center person. We do have a bed, and here's this person's name. Then we'll try to convince them some more, at which time we'll issue a citation for illegal lodging. And we will take their tent as evidence in the case of illegal lodging. If the case is dismissed, they're allowed to get their tent back. No one's taken us up on that, but if the case is dropped, we have no right to take it. So in those are the three circumstances, and I just want to be clear that, you know, I'm hearing a lot today about moving people. Well, we don't have a right to move anybody anywhere who's not in violation of the law, and again, we're not citing individuals unless there is navigation or shelter available. And to your point, Supervisor, we have 15 7-day beds set aside for the police department and EMS 6, and we always have MSC South and other shelter locations we can bring people. That's our policy.
So I would just say that's what I think is part of the problem, and then I'll just stop, is that it is a rational decision to choose not to take a 7-day bed because you're just back out on the streets in 7 days. And that's the gap, a major one we have in our system and that we as policymakers have to fill. And the only way to do that is to build more capacity in the system. And that's where we started this hearing with so much urgency around that fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Vice Chair Stephanie.
Yes, I have a question about, thank you, through the chair. If they do accept that 7-day bed, what then happens during those 7 days? Are there caseworkers that visit them? Are there people that come and assess what they may need? In that 7 days, are there people, and this is, I think, where Supervisor Haney was talking about outcomes and knowing more, during those 7 days, are we able then to get them to somewhere else? Are we successful? What are the success stories? We need to know those. So I want to know, because I do understand Supervisor Ronan's point, but if during that 7 days that we are able to make a difference, that people are getting the help they need, I think that's a good thing that we need to know as well.
I think our colleague in the fire department is going to address it, and it's also an HSH question about what happens at the Navigation Center.
The definition of the Nav Center is that it is a shelter with case managers on site. They have it all there. 7 days may not be enough, but 7 days is a chance to reboot, to get some sleep, get food, three meals, and a case manager who's willing to take them to the DMV and get their ID. The first step to getting permanent supportive housing. We'll take them to the GA office. That's what they do there. Now, there is one big obstacle that I have seen. It's that what do you do when someone declines to participate? They go to that NAV center and they don't want to go to the DMV. They don't want to go to the GA office. They just wanted 7 days of free room and board. Now, that's a problem. I don't know how to address that.
Did you want to say something, Commander Lazar? You look.
I just want to add that along similar to what I've mentioned earlier, there may be individuals that come up today during public comment and say different things, different experiences they've had with the work we're doing on the ground, and I understand that, but I want to be very clear that our policy is clear, and our policy is transparent, and our policy is anybody asks for our policy, we give up our policy, and as I mentioned earlier today, we get every officer that is doing homeless outreach work in one room for 30 minutes to do intense training on the topics we're working on. We remind them every week. We go through the policy with them and make sure that they're clear about what our direction is on how to handle this. Our officers do a great job. It's also a tough job. Speaking of tough jobs, I'm sure there are other jobs they can do in the department. But they're doing meaningful work, and they're very clear of our policy and procedure. So I just want to, for the record, make sure that everyone is aware of what the direction is from our chief, and we've also spoken with the city attorney about the legalities of what we're doing, and we're right on point.
Thank you, Commander Lazar. Supervisor Haney.
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on something. So under the law, the only situations in which we would cite somebody or confiscate their property is if we are able to offer appropriate and accessible shelter, and that shelter we define as a 7-day bed, or is it depending on the situation, or what exactly are we, what does the policy say meets that threshold? And with that, is that something that everybody who might be out there enforcing these laws is aware and trained on and abiding by? And I say that not just as it relates to the police department, but also as it relates to DPW, other folks who might be out there in various ways interacting with people who are living on the streets. Would they also be in a position to offer these services or shelter and then not enforcing? Is some questions of whether this is a universally applied policy for everybody on the streets, or just people who are part of HSOC, and then how you're defining what is the threshold of what needs to be offered.
So I'll speak on behalf of the department, and then Sam can speak about Public Works. But on the San Francisco Police Department's policy is just as you've stated. We're not issuing any citations unless there's a shelter or navigation center. Now, for, again, our nav center beds, about 15 of them are 7-day stays. Our shelters could be just an overnight shelter. And so as of today, that is our policy. And we not only communicate that, again, on a weekly basis when we have 70 officers in a room or however many officers are there, but we also, on February 9th, Chief Scott put out an email to every officer in the department that reiterated the elements of what I've described, just to make sure that everyone who has received this email, which is everyone in the department, knows exactly how to deal with an encampment. And some of the things, Supervisor Haney, I haven't mentioned is that doesn't preclude us from sometimes having to take action in encampments when there's a public safety issue. For example, biological hazards or Sometimes there's violence that takes place. We've had cases where there's been a shooting, aggravated assault, sexual assault, domestic violence, where we've had to come in there and deal with that situation, and that may also include us cleaning up that encampment. So we have that quite often. Sometimes you hear about arrest. Well, we're hearing you're arresting people. Well, the statistics are telling me that the overwhelming majority of the arrests are for subjects who are wanted. They may have a felony warrant with no bail issued by Superior Court, so that in the process of what we're doing, there's an arrest warrant, and we'll act on that arrest warrant following the judge's direction. So that's essentially what the police department's doing, and everyone is clear. And again, hold us accountable to the work we're doing, because the policy is out there.
Supervisors, Sam Dodge, Public Works. So the question was, is Public Works out there somehow exercising an authority to remove property from someone against their will? And that's just not a case. That we can ask people to stand up if we have to clean a certain area, and if we have work to do in that area. But we are real explicit with our staff that they're not to wrestle with anyone over their private possessions, to take tents away from someone. If we're there and the police feel like that there's an incident to bag and tag certain belongings, then we will bag and tag them and receive them and do that. But that's the extent of that. If there's abandoned belongings, we do bag and tag.
Okay. Got it. Just quick clarifying question from some of my comments earlier on the tent reductions. How do you measure tent reductions? Where does that come from? Is there somebody out on the street taking note of the tents that they see, or how is that? Is that scientific? It just seems strange to me to be able to measure that.
Supervisor Sam Dodge. So yes, together as a work group, we do a quarterly count, because it is important to sort of get outside of your operations, and you're just counting your within your programs, just to see and look in the real world what's going on. And so these are just meant to be sort of objective measures: tents, improvised structures, cars that appeared to be occupied, and RVs that appeared to be used for sleeping overnight. So I don't know, scientific, maybe you can explain a little bit more.
I mean, you just send people out to drive all over the city and just
Yeah,
take
we
notes?
all work together, we each take a little part, and we just do a little mini count, and it's done pretty fast. So as far as like its scientific validity, I mean, I think it's as good as you're going to get, but it is sort of limited in scope. It's just one time, it's just everyone together. There's a little attempt to deduplicate, to make sure that the locations, we aren't double counting the same locations, and to make sure that we're reaching all the spots, but that's how it is.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Haney. So next up, we'll hear from the coalition.
Hello, supervisors. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Christopher Herring. I'm a researcher at UC Berkeley and faculty member in the sociology department there. And I'll be presenting part of the presentation with the Coalition on Homelessness today about SF's current response to encampments and some alternatives. And just to give you an outline of our presentation, I'm going to begin talking about the policing and sanitation responses to homelessness. And this is drawing from research that I worked with with the Coalition on Homelessness in 2014 and 2015 in partnership with the UC Berkeley Center on Human Rights to provide some of the statistics and information that Supervisors Ronan and Haney were asking for of what these impacts are on homeless individuals, and also the data about the citations and police response that weren't provided already by the departments. Then I'll briefly talk about some of the concerns about the Healthy Streets Operations Center, and this is drawing from ongoing research that I'm doing with UC Berkeley Law School's Policy Advocacy Clinic. And then I'm going to turn it over to Jenny Friedenbach and Kelly Cutler to talk about some of the alternative approaches to resolving encampments. I just want to begin putting this in context and looking at the growth of the homeless complaints to the SFPD. And I really encourage you all to use this slide if you get a chance in the future, because it shows this incredible growth of folks calling 911 for homeless complaints. And as we see, there's a huge increase from these are data on monthly calls of just under, on average, 4,000 calls a month to up to nearly 8,000 calls a month in April 2018. Now some of the numbers have adjusted due to HSOC, but you can't see this, so I'll just wait a moment. But just to say that, from 2013 to today, we'll see what the homeless count is. Street homelessness has remained relatively steady, yet calls of homeless complaints have increased extraordinarily, both in terms of 911 calls and also 311 calls, even more so. And this just points to this almost impossible situation that our agencies are faced with in dealing with these calls. And this is the main source of what the coalition calls sweeps, but what we should be talking about here of how the police and sanitation workers are being called to respond to homelessness. This is some data that was from a budget and legislative analyst report that was issued in June 2016. It was a report that was spurred by a study we released in 2015. And so this is the city's data where they found that out of the 60,000 homeless complaint incidents in 2014, 8.3 resulted in citations. So as Lazar said, citation is not the first go-to, but this is still a large number of citations. In 2017, the last time we have this data, and I wish, as Haney is asking for, Supervisor Haney is asking for, that we had this data more readily available. It's not. In 2017, there were 8,018 citations given for what legal scholars have classified as anti-homeless laws. So this isn't people who are homeless who are committing other quality of life ordinances. These are specifically ordinances aimed at camping, sleeping, sitting, loitering in public space. And I'll get to talking about the impacts of those on homeless folks in a bit. The estimated annual cost at that time that the BLA came out with was $20.6 million a year. And the police department comprised 90% of these costs, responding to the 60,000 quality of life incidents involving homeless. Now, what I'm going to present to you here are findings from a survey that I supervised with the Coalition on Homelessness, with surveying 350 homeless individuals across the city of San Francisco. And we were able to get a representative sample of demographics that matched the city's data on homeless point-in-time counts in terms of race, gender identification, sexuality, etc. Because one of the things we often hear is that these laws only affect a few maybe problem individuals, not the broader homeless population at large. And What you see in the breakdown here is that we surveyed people who had been homeless in the last year, and we asked them what their primary form of homelessness was, their place, whether it was a street, park, shelter, their vehicle, or even in an SRO, but we're going in and out of homelessness. And what we see here is that anti-homeless laws affected the majority of those surveyed. That in the past year, 74% reported being approached by police in public space, 70% were forced to move, 69% were cited, and 22% were given more than 5 citations. And as you see, there's a big difference between those who are living outside on the street and park and those who are in the shelter. Those in the shelter still end up on the street for most of the day because of the hours, or don't have a lot of public space, but there's a great reduction. So these calls we're hearing for more safe spaces would really have an impact on protecting people from policing. We also found in that study that 56% of participants reported having been searched while homeless in the last year, and 46% reported having their belongings taken or destroyed by DPW, SFPD, or parks. And many people discussed being more fearful of the DPW and losing their belongings than the police in a lot of cases. And that property destruction, in our in-depth interviews, many people reported losing medication, losing very significant belongings and mementos, tools for work, things that really had given them a basic level of stability being taken away from them. We asked folks in response to the last move along order, where did they go? And it shouldn't be surprising that 91% of people stayed in public space. 60% reported just having moved around the corner or walking around for a brief period of time. 20% discussed moving to different neighborhoods, but when we looked at what neighborhoods they were moving to or towards, it wasn't as if they were just going to one neighborhood in general. There was a pretty even flow and churn of folks. And 9% of people moved indoors, but most of the times they're reporting moving indoors to temporary indoor spaces, such as going into the library or a day center, places of which will then close in the evening. We also then asked folks, what was the outcome of their last citation? Most people had faced a citation in the past year, and 1 in 5 had faced over 5 of these citations. Only 10% of the folks had paid the citation in the last case. So most people, we say ignored, they couldn't pay the citation, they didn't resolve it. And this was the primary outcome. And the impacts of these unpaid citations end up keeping people homeless for longer, is what we found, and create barriers to exiting homelessness. After the citation is unpaid, there was a $300 civil assessment added. The fine may go to collections. Driver's license are suspended. That's not happening as much. At the time, warrants were being issued. We worked with the DA after this study to stop that practice. But it's still harder to get housing with bad credit, harder to get a job without a license, and the court debt lingers even after homelessness. Okay. So that gives you a little perspective about these calls. They're being resolved primarily by police. We heard a lot about the great services that are expanding here with HSOC and the Department of Public Health, but still the modal response is the Department of Public Works and police responding to 911 and 311. And we have some concerns about the Healthy Streets Operations Center. We're supportive of the increased training and some of these increased services, but we do believe that a lot of the operations are still going against some of the core values that were presented here, largely due to resource scarcity. So I'm not going to go over an overview of HSOC since we've already talked about it. HSOC, our first concern is that HSOC is not adequately meeting its primary goal of assisting homeless persons and meeting the needs of each person in the encampment and assisting them to end their homelessness. You heard today already that this was the primary goal that is set out by HSOC from the presenters here. And this is all from slides and internal documents that the law students at UC Berkeley have received through a Sunshine Act request. So as we see here, these are just slides stating that this is their primary goal, to assist homeless folks, and that SFPD, underlined here in the bottom, is that their engagement in enforcement is the last resort to respond to criminal issues. However, from the evidence we've received, and I think we can ask for, I hope there's some questions about this, that this is actually an SFPD-led initiative, and that the primary response remains to be one of DPW and the SFPD in terms of response. For instance, we have Commander Lazar here. He is the incident commander. So as we're aggregating all of these calls, the person who is at the helm of this program right now is a member of the San Francisco Police Department, not a member of, say, a social service division of the city of San Francisco, such as the Department of Public Health or the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. When we look at documents of what the HSOC process is, this is also an internal document here of how most of these are going to work, because there just aren't enough hot team members to go out on these shifts. And as you'll see, we go step by step here, and it's a coordination largely between DPW and the SFPD. There's no mention of HSH, DPH, or services, or mention of adequate time and notice, or a housing and shelter plan for homelessness here. And this is just one of the images that was taken, but from the analysis too, the largest staffing within HSOC is within the SFPD. And I really want to spend a little more time on this issue of the services that are being offered. And I think Supervisor Ronan and Supervisor Haney are asking the right questions that we all need to be paying more attention to in this. Because we often hear that services are offered before a citation is given. But what are these services? We've already heard here, confirming this, that the primary shelter offered is extremely temporary, often 1 to 7 days, and all shelter offered to those on the streets is at the expense of those on the shelter wait list, who outwait an average of 4 to 6 weeks for a 90-day bed, while most nights another 100+ people are denied a shelter and end up sleeping in chairs nightly instead. So, yeah, we're following the Boise ruling that we can't offer shelter, we can't cite or arrest people without offering shelter, but what we're doing is we're reserving a part of our welfare system for these police encounters, and the only way to get these one-night beds are to be on the street, and then these are pushing back people who are waiting every night and end up sleeping in chairs, hundreds of people sleeping in chairs on a typical night, who cannot access a one-night bed, who actually want to use it. Those suffering from mental health problems or drug addiction may have their conditions exacerbating resided in these congregate settings, even in navigation centers, as shown in the city's reports by the Comptroller's Office. And the success rate is very low of getting folks into these shelters. Jenny will talk a little bit more about that more in a moment, but you can see from the presentation we've already received, there are only 15 7-day beds set aside for this, and people just are not taking them. And I'd like to see data on this. And the reason people aren't taking them is the problems that have been pointed out by both Supervisors Ronan and Haney here. It's not a rational decision for folks on the street to give up their tent and belongings to go into a place where they know they're going to be back on the street shortly after. And so we get this perspective that what they're talking about in terms of services is really for those more of the housed residents. This is in the police's own communication of the Tenderloin Housing. Homeless outreach officers worked with SF Public Works today and the TL offering services in making the sidewalks safer for the community we serve. And this sadly is the typical response. Second is that HSOC is not meeting its objectives of community engagement. This is from an operational recommendation from the HSOC policy group, where they discussed that it would be good to give regular updates at SFPD homeless advisory meetings or to the local homeless coordinating board. It was very tough to get everyone around the table in the local homeless coordinating board meeting more recently. And the Police Commission requested SFPD to work with the coalition and community partners on reforming 311 and 911 triage. No effort has been made. An SFPD Community Homeless Advisory Board was created in September of 2017, and HSOC opened without any discussion or even mention to the advisory board. 30% of the advisory board meetings have been canceled by the SFPD, and another 10% have been rescheduled by the SFPD without community input. And service providers have played no meaningful role in the development of this policy approach, which has the primary stated aim of assisting those on the streets. This is an image from a headline that many of us remember, where cities' encampment sweeps were intensifying and even hitting homeless waiting outside Glide Memorial for food. Finally, I'm going to end with the fact that HSOC is contradicting federal best practice guidelines to resolving encampments. So this is issued from the United States, wow, I'm forgetting the acronym, Interagency Council on Homelessness on Resolving Encampments. And they have 3 principles. 1, preparation and adequate time for planning and implementation for a camp resolution. 2, collaboration across sectors and systems, including service providers and community organizations. And 3, performance of intensive and persistent outreach and engagement to connect people with coordinated assessment systems, resources, and housing options. Now, I think Jeff mentioned something like 27 of these encampment resolution teams had occurred. These do somewhat follow these effective strategies. That's 27, but as you've seen out of the huge numbers that we've presented here, that is not the norm. That is a very unique circumstances where they're following these guidelines. So I'll turn it over to Jenny now.
Clerk, do you have the other hand out to do the... Do you mind doing the same thing where you just stick it on the fucking thing?
How do you turn it on? Like a flag on PowerPoint?
It doesn't even matter at this point because it's not going on the thing. Yeah. That's his presentation, yeah. Hi, I'm Jennifer Friedenbach from the Coalition on Homelessness, and we'll just do the same thing where we manually put the presentation on the thing because something in the computer isn't working. Supervisor Mandelman asked us to present on safe camping, sometimes referred to as sanctioned encampments. We figured probably the best way to do it is kind of this, 3 different threads where we look at what's the best practices in terms of removing encampments, and then looking at the sanctioned encampments and looking at some models there, and then how to deal with stuff when there's no space for anyone. So when we're looking at humane approaches to encampments, really we can talk about it as 2 tails. We have a great model that I wanted to draw attention to, which was done in 2012 under Bevan Dufty at King Street, where there was a rather large encampment. Many of the residents were severe methamphetamine addicts. That encampment had been removed several times, and people kept coming back. And so Bevan stepped in and took leadership around trying to follow the federal guidelines, got extensive input from campers, from housed people in the area, gave notice, basically secured a church to move people in these very large storage containers to put people's belongings. And then people were moved into housing after that. It was 100% successful. It was really, I think, an amazing example of how we can do things right. Just wanted to compare to the Mayor Farrell sweep that happened in Mission Street about a year ago on May 24th in the Mission District. We had a situation where you had very large number of tents, about 125. There was not proper notice given. The outreach workers gathered in one location that nobody really knew about and handed out flyers for a 7-day mat. We, of course, had 1,000 people on the wait list for shelter. The result of that was that we got 6 people placed into shelter, and the rest of the folks, so we're talking about 126 tents, so upwards of 200 plus people, just moved to another block or a surrounding neighborhood. So in these situations, we really, the basics is we want the city to follow the federal guidelines, give notice, lead with social services, follow the protocols around handling property, follow the Ninth Circuit Court. I want to just point out that in a very, the second example is what typically happens. And what we've also got from internal documents is that recommendations that the police use 647Es, which are misdemeanor lodging charges that actually can go to jury trial if the prosecutor decides to prosecute. They stopped prosecuting this summer, but the process is that it's a way for them to confiscate your property. Very, very traumatizing for homeless people. Also, we're seeing in our practice regular destruction of property, rarely bagging and tagging. We've been spending a lot of time at the DPW yards. We've very rarely are able to get property back for folks. That's the typical practice that we see. And in fact, we also know that the workers are told just to throw out people's stuff. Because that's been reported to us on many, many occasions. So we've got barricades up to prevent people from re-encampment. This has created some ADA issues. So really not in only some of the situations following the first example and the more typical in the second. So safe and dignified sanctioned encampment. So we know that a lot of folks out there, congregate shelter is not appropriate. For a variety of reasons. It could be you have severe PTSD. It could be a variety of things. We need a diverse system and we need to get creative. And so one way to do that is to have sanctioned encampments. We firmly believe that all humans have a fundamental right to safe and decent housing. We do not believe this is a permanent solution, but we do believe in the meantime that we can do this and get folks some sleep and be in an area where they have where they're able to sleep. We also don't see the establishment of these spaces as an excuse for increased criminalization outside of the supported camping areas. We have, Caltrans, we have this thing where they can rent for $1 a month, and this map shows different sites where that can happen. We've done a lot of research on this and looking about what are the most successful models of this. The most successful we found are the ones that are led by homeless people, where they have self-determination on who gets in, self-determination on length of stay, where they have the basic hygiene, garbage, drinking, cooking facilities. We believe because we don't see this as a permanent thing that the structure should be low cost and mobile, so you can move them to another site where the campers have equitable access for permanent housing. Again, a jumping off spot, not a permanent situation. And that the design really encourages social network. There's a number of these around. Dignity Village in Portland. It's got about 60 residents. It was built on municipal land in 2000. It has no city funding or paid staff, completely run by homeless people. Shared sanitation. They've got bylaws. They've got a village council. You have to be over the age of 18. They've got peer counselors, and they've developed partnerships. This was all initiated by homeless people. Right to Dream 2 operates as kind of a shelter where you show up every day and you can crash there. They've got about 100 people, and you can, and they have the volunteers that get to live there that share responsibility for maintaining property. I visited a number of these sites. Nicholsville in Seattle, it's managed by nonprofit affordable housing. Again, it's on pre-development land, which is, you're going to get developed. You can put people there, a mixture of tents and tiny homes. They also have an advisory committee and nonprofit staff that helps them. And so it's just like the navigation centers where they're on these pre-development lands and they move. As it's going through the planning process. 10 Cities 3 and 4, also in Seattle, made up about 100 people each, run by ShareReal. And this is just to kind of, I think it was Supervisor Mandelman who was mentioning earlier, they roam from churches to university parking lots. And people can use their own tents or choose to live in gender-specific communal areas. And then the nonprofit handles the sanitation, upkeep, and maintenance. So these are creative ways for people who really, almost everybody we know is going to take housing if they're offered. Not everybody's going to live in a shelter. So we get some creative things where you don't have to be in congregate living. Maybe you have some modicum of privacy. And so that's where it's really advantageous. Can be very advantageous for people with the most severe behavioral health issues. And if you go out there and talk to folks on the streets, you'll find that this is great. So what happens when we are doing everything we can and we still have folks that are stuck outside? We can't do a appropriate response and follow the federal guidelines, right? Because we don't have places for people to go. We still need to ensure that, we're able to mitigate a lot of the factors that are, impacting neighborhoods. So making sure we have adequate bathrooms and hand washing and, communicable disease and all that is so important to prevent garbage service, potable water, really halting that practice of illegally disposing of people's property and halting criminalization. So that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. If there are no questions from my colleagues, I think we should take public comments. So I'm not seeing any questions or comments. So I'm going to call a bunch of names, and if folks could line up over on the right side of the chamber from as you're sitting. Jay Lang, Amy Farah-Weiss, Joy DeVideo, Patrick Erker, David Young, Brad Marks, Jack Rice, Mark McHale, Carolyn Kennedy. And Supervisor or Vice Chair Stephanie has a quick question.
Thank you. Through the chair, Commander Lazar, can I ask you just a quick question about incident commander and what that actually means?
When we put HSOC together about a year ago, we thought, how can we have a structure that's organized and maybe even follow the incident command system, which is an emergency management structure that's used nationally. And we gave everyone roles. And the police department was part of really putting the structure together. And the thought back then was, well, Commander Lazar, incident commander, this person could be ops chief, this person could be the plans chief, someone else can do admin, finance, that sort of thing. In terms of keeping it organized and on track, it doesn't mean in the field that the police are leading this. It means that in the command center, we're getting organized. But what we found over a period of time is that DEM has contributed so much to this process that they have given us staff. For example, there's a staff person who is now the manager that keeps us on track for the meetings and helps us stay organized. And we have found quickly after we began this process is that it's more of a unified approach. In other words, the police department is not setting the pace or not dictating what other departments can do. We have been more collaborative than I can ever remember in all my years in working for the city this last year than we've ever been. So it's not the police as incident command. We're not calling the shots. It's all the other agencies and all of us sitting around the table every day saying, okay, who's going to do what and how can we support you? That's the structure of HSOC, and that structure works.
Thank you. And that was my experience when I was there for 2 hours that one day watching everything take place. So I may have other questions after public comment, but I think I'll withhold now.
Okay. And with apologies to the folks who've lined up, I believe Supervisor Walton also has a brief question or comment.
Just a quick question for Commander Lazar, and please accept my apology to our very patient public that is here today. Just real quick, scenario number 4, where you explain you've gone through everything and you actually end up having to take possessions, what happens to the individual?
So, just if I may ask a question, do you mean in the circumstances in which there is shelter and the person is not service ready for that shelter?
Correct.
So what happens is that, well, more times than not, the overwhelming majority, they're just issued a citation. So it's not like they're taken into custody. We do take the tent, however, as evidence in our case. We have Public Works assist us in bagging and tagging it. We keep it separate from the other storage at Public Works. We issue a receipt, and if the case is dismissed by the district attorney's office, the person's allowed to go to Public Works just like as if it was bagged and tagged and pick it up. That's our policy.
So we cite them and then they stay where they are?
They can stay where they are. I mean, we don't have a right to say you can't stand here and you can't be here. I mean, we have our civil sidewalk sit lie ordinance. You can't sit down. Of course, we don't want them to build a new encampment using a tent, tarp, or any other structure. But we issue the citation, we'll clean up the area, and then we'll just move forward from there and hope that they're service ready next time around.
All right. So, public comment time, and for those of you who managed to stay with us for the last 4 hours, thank you. Speakers will have 2 minutes. We ask that you state your first and last name clearly and speak into the microphone. Those who prepared written statements are encouraged to leave a copy with our committee clerk for inclusion in the official file. No applause or booing is permitted. And in the interest of time, speakers are encouraged to avoid repetition of previous statements. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Jay Lang. I spend half my time in D3 and the other half of my time in D7. So this inter-district squabbling that I saw about, hey, whose problem is it? You guys got to share the load. I see it from both angles. But I'll come here today, and I spent 4 hours here. I probably have a parking ticket by now, listening to this. I come here today because I'm trying to raise kids in this city. I've been in this city for 18 years. I came here from Kentucky. I spent 25 years trying to get here from Kentucky. You all understand why I tried to get here from Kentucky. How many of us are trying to raise kids here in this city? How many of us? Like 5? Okay. So for those of us that have kids, if our kids are trying cigarettes, if they're taking the fork and they're stabbing that fork inside the electro outlet, what do? How do we handle that? Do we tell our kids, oh yeah, you know what? Here, let me give you a separate space you can stab the fork in the electrical outlet. Here, let me buy you some more cigarettes because I don't approve of this behavior, but I'm going to give you some cigarettes to smoke because I can't control your behavior. Is that what we do? Is that how we teach our kids? I didn't come here and live here for 18 years and spend all my life to be a parent to show my kids how to smoke cigarettes. And so this problem that we have today, Mr. Fireman, I apologize, I can't remember your name. You hit the nail on the head. The nail on the head was the third scenario. When we're finding homeless people, they accept to go into the homeless navigation center, but once they're in the navigation center, we find out they're not there for the help that we taxpayers are funding. That taxpayers that I spend 3 months out of my life every single year to pay my property tax bill, the homeless person comes to the nav center and says, I just wanted the 7-day bed. I didn't want help. Mr. Kaczynski, he showed reams of data. I don't know if I believe all the data. Like I share the same questions about his data that you guys have, and as well as you, Mr. Peskin, even though you're not here, and as well as you, Ms. Ronan, even though you're not here. That data was a bit shifty to me, but the one thing that struck out at me is SF, it's bearing more than its fair share of the load. 40-something% of the regional homeless are here in San Francisco, another 40% in Contra Costa and the rest in the other counties. Why is it only our problem, through our generosity, to allow the 7-day beds for people that don't want help, and then we spin our wheels, and we try to figure out why is it that we can't get more navigation centers built? Why is that? I'll tell you why. It's because the constituents, your constituents, supervisors, all of us in the city, we're sick of it. You see this list? You know where this list comes from? I have another list. This is from next door. This is from next door, Nob Hill, D3. I posted a meeting invitation for this meeting last night with my good friend Lisa there, sitting in the back. Thousands of respondents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Amy Fairweiss on behalf of the St. Francis Homelessness Challenge. It is not humane to sweep people off the streets and take their belongings without providing an alternative location. That's a quote from then Supervisor David Campos from 2016. Here's another quote. Sweeping people and saying get out of here is just going to move them from one place to the next. That's a quote from then Board President London Breed from last year in 2018. Across the political spectrum, we agree that we have a public health and safety crisis because thousands of people are living in crisis conditions on our streets. I'm going to give some good news, some sobering news, and then some more good news. First, the good news is that through the work of the city and advocates, SF has grown our shelter bed capacity to 2,300 and our supported housing units to 7,700, with more in the pipeline. Now for the sobering news. Looking at the city's pipeline of shelter beds and housing units for 2019 and 2020, we know our best case scenario is that we cut the shelter waitlist in half and we still have more than 1,000 people living in crisis conditions on the streets. Now for the good news of what is possible. In December 2018, California State permanently adopted building code standards for emergency shelter response that include guidelines for tiny home emergency shelter cabins, insulated tents on platforms, and baseline services for transitional villages. This could allow SF to lease or sublease public and private land to service organizations with a license agreement, insurance, and baseline state guidelines in order to develop and operate safe, organized spaces, which was talked about earlier by Jennifer and the coalition is included in this definition. Safe organized spaces are community integrated transitional villages that meet California state codes for emergency shelter, operate in partnership with property owners, neighbors, and village residents in coordination with existing city services, and activate underutilized public and private land with license agreements, insurance, baseline health and safety standards, a built-in process for multi-stakeholder input, and site-specific agreements. SafeOrganizedSpaces.org. Learn more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Brad Marks, and I live in District 2. I am here just obviously as a concerned citizen and trying to think of new ideas to approach this problem that we have. One thing I've heard about is when in some areas I've heard some cities where homeless are, they question the homeless and find out who their relatives are and friends are and try to get that contact information and can send them back to where they live. And I don't know if the city is doing anything like that, but I'd love to see it done. I'd love to help in any way that I can to get that done. I'd be willing to organize a group of people to, because I'm sure I could get 500 people to help and call up, even circle around homeless wherever they are and ask who their relatives are, who their friends are. There may be, I think there's something called a Homeward Bound program in some cities. Maybe that's here, but I think that could be an effective way of dealing with the homeless. Secondly, regarding, I know the next thing is that we're going to talk about was more geared towards substance abuse, but I want to talk specifically about the needle exchange program. And a big concern I have is all the needles found on the street. And I believe that the exchange program was supposed to be an exchange program, but now the city is just giving out needles. So I think those that are using the drugs or using the needles should be coming in with their needle and actually exchanging it. And maybe the city shouldn't be doing that, and some nonprofits should handle that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to let you know that we do have a Homeward Bound program, and you are my constituent. I have my card for you. I'd love to follow up with you.
Okay. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is David Young. I'm a District 6 resident since about 1997. I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to address you all today. It's a unique opportunity to have everybody in the room. And as I think one of the supervisors mentioned, we are dealing with what we has been called a human rights violation by the United Nations. If I live in South of Market, in which my neighborhood has changed drastically in the last 5 years, from an environment which was pretty safe and a great environment to raise a family, to one in which we have skin diseases, bloodborne infections, people wandering the streets who are losing limbs due to their addiction and a combination of unsanitary conditions and injection drug use. And this is a public health crisis on our streets that can't be allowed to continue, whether the residents of the encampments would like to stay on the streets or not. I think the point that we need to think about is whether or not we're being compassionate in the long term versus compassionate in the short term. In the long term, someone who refuses shelter is not acting in their own best interest. They need to get clean. They need to get access to medical stabilization and counseling and all the things that a city with an $11 billion budget should be able to provide. We can't allow people to remain on the streets just because they choose that. It's a sign of the addiction that's gripped so many people on our streets. I understand that we've been recently given about $3 million to improve mental health services and addiction counseling. That sounds like a great opportunity for us to make a real difference here. And I'd like to thank the police department, who is a valuable presence within our neighborhood of South of Market. Whenever we have problems with people being violent or otherwise out of their mind, you guys are always the first responders on the scene, and I've seen you deal with it in a
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, City Representatives. Thank you for holding this hearing, Supervisor Mandelman and Vice Chair Stefani. My name is Carolyn Kennedy. I live near Dolores Park, and I chair the Dolores Heights Improvement Club neighborhood group. For the past several years, I've seen a growing increase in homelessness in my broader community. Last August, the situation escalated when we saw homeless people camping at Dolores Park and in the adjacent areas up to the Castro. I believe that they were pushed west as a result of development and cleanups in the downtown Soma Mission Mid-Market Civic Center. Community leaders across the Dolores and Castro area contacted our Supervisor Mandelman, and since September, he's engaged. We community leaders have attended monthly meetings that he's sponsored with city representatives to share information and talk about how we can resolve this and report on progress. I thank and I commend all of those in DPW, DPH, SFPD, park districts, the housing department, and others who have roles in delivering services. They are dedicated and compassionate professionals. However, after 5 months of walking my neighborhood, filing even more 311 reports, attending monthly meetings, and doing other work, I'm frustrated and I'm angry, like you are. And here's why for me. The city services clean up our neighborhood and move the homeless along again and again and again. And the homeless are still with us, and we know this. They are at rock bottom, not just homeless, but also mentally ill and substance abusers. They need treatment, not shelter beds or navigation centers. Nearly all of those at Dolores Park offered shelter last fall, turned them down. So we also need meaningful metrics, and we need to close the gaps in the process that today's hearing has revealed. But most importantly, we need leadership to take those tough stands, take us to the next level. We do not need department heads telling us why it can't happen. We need people thinking together about how we can use.
Next speaker.
Brian Edwards, D5. There's so many numbers today. We were blinded by numbers. There's 7,500 homeless people in San Francisco. There's shelter space for 2,500. There might be, at any given time, 300 spaces for treatment beds. That's 4,700 people that couldn't get services if they wanted to, if they don't want to. The capacity isn't there. I can't believe how high you can shovel and stack things. Commander Lazar today was talking about his policy. His policy is completely different than what is actually going on out there. So many people are getting cited or threatening citations. Tents are being taken away. HSOC is great. It's great that there's communication and coordination. SFPD should not be the lead of that. It should be leading with services, leading with help, leading with linkage, not from the police. One of your slides, you had 3 slides, cited almost 60% reduction in 311 calls over 3 years. That's meaningless. That's absolutely meaningless. You can take that slide out of your presentation. One good statistic is I've just reduced your slide presentation by 33%. It's ridiculous the amount of just horseshit that was said today. The statistics that these guys come up with are not what's actually going on the ground. It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. That's all I wanted to say. HSOC is a great step in the first direction, yeah, but having the police lead it doesn't do anything.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. I'm Anisha Tamana. I'm an intern with Coalition, and I just wanted to say this is my first time attending a hearing, and the number of words and the amount of substance, just the lack of substance and the lack of just of solutions and of reality that I heard today from everyone here in response to direct questions from our supervisors, and just absolute skirting of the questions was mind-blowing to me attending this for the first time. And I just want to say, SFPD dealing with this, just like Brian said, is just, it's inhumane what we've seen, and it blows my mind. And the sweeps, which people are saying are not happening, that it's not policy, when we see it in reality happen, Commander Lazar, I heard you talk about your policy. I didn't hear a lot of reality, and yeah, that's all I want to say. I think I'm not the most knowledgeable person in the room, but I can detect bullshit when I see it, I think. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, I'm going to call some other names so folks can line up. Hans Colby, Miguel Guerrera, Olivia Glowacki, Flo Kelly, Spencer Hudson, Christopher Mika, Henry Karnilowicz, Kelly Cutler, Tom Schaub, Kevin Carroll.
Hello, my name is C.W. Johnson. I just want to applaud your passion and your fire. It's someone who's been homeless off and on for about 15 years. 15 years ago, I just wanted to say a few observations that I've witnessed over a period of time. One is we need 3-level housing, from shelter to SRO to affordable apartments. 2, we need job centers to help train low-income participants for today's job market, continue job creativity for the city homeless and low-income. 3, having a fast track to services for people with drug addiction and mental health challenges. Also, increasing or expanding current services. 4 is when we have funds that are allocated by the people in this city, they should be used in a timely manner due to crisis, not 2 or 4 years later when the crisis is supposedly be over. 5, please let's decriminalize homelessness people who may simply be struggling with mental health and substance abuse. We need to be helped. We need help and compassion, not hurt and harassment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Spencer Hudson, D8. Supervisor Mandelman, I am dismayed at the comments you made to the examiner yesterday and some of your comments earlier this morning. And in the examiner, you were quoted as saying, homelessness is a detriment to constituents as well as for those living on the streets. Here's a fun fact. People living on the street, people who are homeless, are your constituents. I think you may be confusing voters with constituents. Voter or not, homeowner or not, wealthy or not, we are all your constituents. All of your neighbors, all of the people living in D8 are your constituents, and they deserve your equal attention. Second, a detriment to constituents and the homeless and those living on the streets. There, it's not the same. For me, a homeowner, a business owner, a wealthy white guy, I'm secure. Homelessness is not a detriment, it's an inconvenience. To those people living on the streets, for those people who have no home, homelessness is a catastrophe. Owning a home is unlikely to kill me. 400 people have died in San Francisco because they have no home and they are living on the streets. That's 400 too many. It's a disgrace. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Flo Kelly, and I volunteer with the Coalition on Homelessness. Today, Supervisor Valley Brown said that homelessness is not a police problem. But San Francisco laws make homelessness a crime, therefore, it's a police problem. In SF, it's a crime to live in a vehicle, and it's a crime for folks who appear to be homeless to sit and lie on the streets or in the park. Some people are allowed to live in San Francisco, and others, by virtue of lack of a home, are breaking the law to live here. When I have attended community meetings regarding the homeless problem, some neighbors say the homeless folks must just go because they're breaking the law by living here. San Diego recently erased their law that made it a crime not to live in a house. San Francisco must do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. It's a beautiful rainy day. I think I'm going to give up my home and go camp out in a marina or Noe Valley, sacrificing my mental and physical health and putting at me at risk of encounters with police and public works. Said no homeless person ever. I am formerly homeless, and while yes, tents are inhumane, I agree, taking away those tents and people's medication and other possessions is even more fucking inhumane. I will never forget the story of that autistic woman who was slashed by the police in public works. She was living in a tent, and it's just such fucking bullshit that we have to deal with. Listen to the coalition. We need safe camping sites. We need we need safe parking sites. We need to lead with services and not with the fucking police and DPW. We drove the homeless people out of parks at night back in 2013. Now our unhoused neighbors are in the neighborhoods. We sweep non-residential areas. Now they're in our neighborhoods. Maybe the reason why we take up rest in parks in non-residential areas is because we don't want to be fucking detected. And people are trying to make the best out of a bad fucking situation. And I will conclude by saying that I think the award for most useless department head, based on what I've seen today, goes to Jeff Kaczynski. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kevin Carroll. I'm the President of the Hotel Council of San Francisco. Thank you for calling this hearing. I agree, and my organization agrees, the crisis that we see on our streets is something that we should all be very, very concerned with. I do want to thank the departments that have been working together, and especially the team that works on the Healthy Streets operations as well. I know, Jeff, your department, and then Commander Lazar, and the teams that are working together. Obviously, it's a hard situation to deal with, and making sure that everybody is offered services and doing that first. We definitely would support the HSOC team. We definitely want to make sure that this city is a city of innovation, and I agree with everything you've said. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make this happen, and I think what you're hearing today, and something needs to change. I'm a resident of this city. I've lived here most of my life. It's something that I think would be important for all of us. And I do think leading with services and the work that you're doing to make sure that it happens is important. Thank you for your time, and thank you for calling this hearing today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Afternoon. My name is Tom Schaub from D8. Just as a suggestion, these may be thoughts that you've already had with the departments, is the empty Pottery Barn store Castro at Market could be an alternative for some housing, some occupational housing. Also, there's Everett Middle School with their parking lot. There's also Mission High with the parking lot. These are areas in District 8 that could be examined. There are many others. We are seeing our district with the overflow of people coming in. We all know this. But I really thank you for having this meeting and having the discussions that we're having. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Cassandra Costello, Gregory Carey, Del Seymour, Cheryl Travers, Christopher Kirby, David Goldman, Kenneth Cohn, Michael Lyon, Renee DeCasio, Rhett Courier, Carolyn Thomas, Robert Rogers, David Sagagu, Brian Edwards. I think that's it. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors and department heads. I'm Cassandra Costello from the San Francisco Travel Association. We represent over 1,300 business partners and 25 million visitors who come to the city. Thank you for holding this hearing today. We agree that we are in a housing and health crisis, and I commend the city and all of you for looking at creative and innovative ways to combat these complicated issues. Although HSOC is not a silver bullet, it is a collaborative model that breaks down silos and brings key city departments together. We heard that, folks cannot point to a more collaborative time in the past that they've been able to work with city government and folks on the street who are most vulnerable to provide services. We urge the city to continually to work interdepartmentally and be innovative in ways to serve our most vulnerable neighbors and continue to lead with compassion and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, supervisors. My name is Gregory Carey. I'm the Chief of Patrol for Castro Community on Patrol. We're one of 12 organizations that make up the group Castro Cares, which is a program that we started in 2015 to help improve the quality of life issues for both people living on the streets as well as the residents and merchants of the DuBose and Castro areas. The reality is that there are at least 4 different types of homeless populations. We see first long-term San Francisco residents with no shelter. 2, a group we call travelers who come through our neighborhood, usually from other cities, are usually here for just a short period of time. 3, those who are eligible for a nighttime bed in a shelter or a navigation center. And 4, those who are in supportive housing, such as SRO hotel rooms. The last 2 groups are on the streets most days because they are not allowed to be or cannot expected to be in their shelter or rooms for 24 hours a day. This suggests the need for some type of daytime drop-in center like the one provided by North Beach Citizens to allow people to find connections to services as well as comfortable spaces to socialize and find services such as access to laundries. We also recognize the lack of capacity in nearly all of the homeless services. People who are service ready or housing ready must wait weeks or months to even begin improving their situation. This includes the wait lists for addiction or mental health issues. We would support some temporary use of the ability to have encampments in an area that provides shelter, sanitation, restroom facilities, and heating, food without the danger of starting fires, which has happened frequently with encampments. And we would encourage that these innovative ideas be used as temporary measures until more permanent solutions are found.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Michael Lyon. I've lived in Bernal Heights for 40 years. I've been listening to department after department droning on, congratulating themselves on all the stuff they've done in all the different ways to reduce homelessness. You'd think they would be fighting each other to find a single solitary homeless person to help, and yet homelessness grows. This is very frustrating. Why have all these Herculean efforts seemed to not work? I've got to conclude that ultimately, you're not going to solve this problem medium range, let alone long range, while the city's real goal is profitable corporate wealth, profitable real estate, profitable restaurants, and even profitable nonprofits, with all this poverty and displacement that this agenda entails. This distorted agenda has been in place for decades, and the city has either ignored it or encouraged it, and now the chickens have come home to roost.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carolyn Thomas, District 8, often frequent the Mission District and work down in the Financial District. Also attend many meetings in the Civic Center, so I'm familiar enough with the center of the city. I'm dismayed today because if this is a crisis, there's only a few supervisors here and a few agency heads here. I rearranged 5 meetings so that I could be here and speak. Thank you for those of you listening. My boss has a phrase. He says, hope isn't a strategy. Hope for 500 beds by the end of the summer isn't a strategy. What I don't hear today from any of the agencies here, with the exception of HSOC, is collaboration across agencies, a willingness to stop digging your feet in on your siloed agency, start sharing information, and create a strategy. Take off your hats, take off your jurisdiction, ask for the help that you need. Don't do this one-off ad hoc, I'm solving this person's problem, I'm solving that person's problem. Work with the supervisors to get you the resources you need. You need a strategy, a common set of objectives, and thank you very much to the supervisors who ask for the data and the metrics that are the most meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Christopher Kirby, District 8. I am a 30-year resident of San Francisco. I am blessed to be a homeowner, and obviously I'm not on the street, and so I want you to realize that I acknowledge the crisis. The one thing that I would like to raise, and I don't think it's been talked about, is the issue of aggressive behavior by homeless individuals. And on my street alone, there are people who are attacking neighbors of mine, picking them up. There are people who we've had to get stay-away orders against, and I think it's problematic, obviously. Those are the people that presumably aren't, well, those are the people that presumably have mental health issues, and so to that extent, I really, and we'll talk about, there's another hearing scheduled for the 5150s, et cetera. But those are the people in which I think beds, in terms of shelter beds, are not the be-all and end-all. I think that there really needs to be beds that are associated specifically with mentally disabled people. Oh, and I was quite excited to hear from, I was going to question why I thought it was under Gavin Newsom, just the homeless, what is it, the Homeward Bound program. I think that's terrific, and I think it was a mistake to be given up, I think, under Gavin Newsom.
It's still going.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thrilled to hear that it's still going, so.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I live in District 6. This hearing's been excruciating. I'm so glad to hear that building shelter and housing is a priority for the Board of Directors. It's excruciating because a month ago, when the mayor came to the board and said, let's spend the entire surplus on housing and shelter, the board said, meh. Supervisors Mandelman and Ronan, who called this hearing and spoke at length at the beginning about how important it is to treat this like an urgent emergency and build housing and shelter, supported a proposal to give $50 million to PG&E. So which is it? Is this important, or is it important to score points against the mayor? Hopefully, this hearing is due to a change of heart. I was naive when the mayor proposed that. I really thought at first, great, this is something everyone's going to get together on. We did eventually go with the mayor's priorities, and they are everyone's priorities to build housing and shelter. But getting there required a lot of organizing on the part of activists, including myself. And the organizing that it took to make sure that the Board of Supervisors heard that housing and shelter is indeed the #1 priority for San Franciscans was organizing that took away from other great proposals. So please don't be the barrier in the way of getting what we need to build the housing and shelter. So money is one thing. We have a $300 million bond going on the ballot. Everyone supports that. Why not a $1 billion bond? And literally, why not? Who exactly would be against that? 2, zoning reform. I wrote to Mandelman's office a month ago about legalizing affordable housing all over the city. Look forward to a response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board and city members. My name is Dale Seymour. I'm a homeless activist. I'm also a business owner, and that's a really sensitive position to be in. For example, last Sunday I came to work on a Sunday, and my office doorway was completely encamped with 4 or 5 people at the camp. It was raining like hell, and I didn't have the heart to ask them to leave. I was pissed because I couldn't get in my office, but I did not have the heart to ask them to leave. So sometimes I'm in a mixed situation. So I'm asking the government here today is to take politics out of that guy who's laying in the alley. He don't know whether he's a moderate or you're a moderate or conservative or moderate or whatever. He's wet and cold. So let's take the politics out of this. You know, Commander Lazar, and I feel you, I agree with everything you said about your officers and the officers knowing the policy. But man, day to day, I'm out there, Commander, and I'm seeing officers that are not abiding by your policies. So maybe that's a good cop, bad cop situation. But they all aren't abiding by it. And I'm not hearing this from somebody. I'm out there 7 days a week, walking and talking and trying to get people in out the cold. So I see officers come by and say, get the hell out of here or you're going to jail. That's it. That's the only conversation they have. And that was as recently as yesterday. So I know this is not something old. So, and I commend you for everything you do. You and I have been knowing each other a long time. And you know how much I respect you as an officer and as also a good friend. But some of your officers aren't doing it. So I just want to invite you to take a look. Sometimes our housing, our capacity shelter is right under our nose. And you know what I mean by that? 300 feet downstairs is Brooks Hall, 94,000 square feet. 94,000 square feet, and you got old desks piled up in there. It's fireproof, it has exits, it has bathrooms, it has plumbing, it has electricity, it has heat. It could hold up to 1,700 seats. Very.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Oh, I think the one system solution is a pretty good idea, and you can expand the budget in the sense of streamlining expenses. The city is presently scheduled to invest $21 million to finance construction of 58 permanent affordable housing units. At the same time, $23 million is being consumed in medical provider costs for 80 gentlemen in a culturally sensitive, arguably racially segregated mental health program. In 4 years' time, the $21 million invested might be housing 100 or more individuals in permanent affordable housing structures, whereas $91 million will have been expended on the 80 patients in this facility without having constructed anything in the city. I don't believe we can afford something that lucrative. $91 million could provide the construction of 500 permanent affordable housing units for 1,250 individuals. And I think narrowly tailoring the potential bidders in some of these contracts makes it impossible for all but one bidder to step forward. I suggest that you make your budget rational, and if you can't demonstrate a therapeutic, the therapeutic efficacy of culturally sensitive medical environment, then I don't understand why that would take place, and I don't know whether you can or not. I'd like to see the studies. Also, oh, okay. Is that it?
Next speaker.
Video?
I think you
Pull
can
up
do
a video
video.
in here? Is it
Or can we do
a video?
You're gonna upload a video into the computer? That's
or,
fine.
Or just, it's online, so he can put in the link to it. And it's gonna be his comments. I can do mine while he's figuring that out.
Okay, cool.
But, because they say sweeps don't happen, but I can actually show you videos of it. Is it? Okay, I'll start. So my name is Kelly Cutler. I'm a human rights organizer with the Coalition on Homelessness. And HSOC has been a huge focus of mine for over the last year because I've been seeing what's going on and just being so close with when it comes to outreach with folks in encampments. I'm regularly doing outreach and going out and talking to folks. And if we were hearing from maybe one person there, every once in a while, we're hearing the same thing from everyone when it comes to sweeps, when it comes to their belongings getting taken. But you know what? I also talk to the officers on the front line. And I got to tell you, they're being thrown under the bus because they don't. First off, they're being put into a role that is not their role as an officer, and they also don't have the resources. So many say, I just wish that there was somewhere that folks could go, and they know that there isn't. And so my big beef with HLOC from the get-go and continued throughout has been the lack of transparency, the lack of community involvement. I'm on the local homeless coordinating board. I was with the SFPD Homeless Advisory Board. Nothing. The only way that I was able to do it was to do a ton of sunshine requests. And it's not okay to be, where the department heads are all just working together, but there's no input from the community. And that's a major issue with that. And so, there are alternatives, and we've been working on the safe sleep policy until this Prop Q nonsense that was just a political ploy came in. But we were bringing everyone to the table and making progress to go into the right direction. I think we need to start doing that again because we need to find real solutions, not just sweeping people around because it doesn't work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And now our next speaker, which may be a video.
You can click enter and it should change over to the live broadcast of your video. We have it queued up so you can just press enter on the URL.
Hello, I'm Fred Mulheim, resident of District 8, and at hearings like this, we seldom get many voices of the homeless themselves. We who are housed have the luxury of coming out, leaving our possessions safely ensconced in our homes. Homeless people don't have that ability. They put their possessions at risk if they come to a meeting like this. They also are out there fighting just to subsist on the streets, and I just want to keep that in our thoughts as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing on the...
Yeah, there's just no audio.
Yes, we did.
Where's the post? It's not posted, so where's the sign?
They tore it down. We lower it. So our notice was given. There's a police reports that have been conducted. All right. So they have been noticed and they know what's going on. It's an unfortunate situation.
You're supposed to post notice, so where's it posted?
Yeah. Oh, it's 647 EPC. It's a logic center.
So how's he supposed to get his stuff back? Now the shelters are full, right? There's like 100,000 people on the waiting list for the shelters. Hey dude, they're stealing your shit!
Okay, so, ma'am, you're more than welcome to report.
That's not abandoned property. You know it's his.
Tagging and tagging. It's getting tagged.
It's not abandoned. It's his. He's right there.
I understand. It's his property still.
It's not abandoned.
I understand.
You can't take unabandoned property.
I'm done talking to you. You're not understanding.
And I hurt myself at work, grenade just in my back, and so I found myself homeless. I owned a home until we lost in foreclosure, and now I've been paying taxes here my whole life, and now they're taking all my stuff and stealing from me, throwing it away. You know, supposed to offer me housing and shelter. No. They expect me to stay out here in the freezing cold with no shelter because they just took my only tarp. They've thrown away 7 tents of mine. 7 tents they've taken as evidence. 7 tents. Buy a tent, they throw it away.
Have you ever tried to go retrieve it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item before I close public comment? I am now going to close public comment. Public comment is now closed. Colleagues, any comments or thoughts?
Thank you, Chair Mandelman. Commander Lazar, I would just like to give you an opportunity to respond to what we just saw. Obviously, that's very emotional, and I don't know the situation of this individual, whether or not he got his stuff back, whether or not he can still, whether or not he's in services now, but obviously that's a very short moment in time. We saw a little bit of an issue, so if you can comment on it and let us know what you think about what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm grateful to see the video because it really shows the challenge that we have in our attempt to help people. And I will say this, that the officers did a great job, very professional, very composed, and very patient. They have to be patient. These things take a long time, and we're trying to win over people on services. I also know that in watching the video, I think that whoever was recording it was making an issue about posting notices, but the reality is that we're not required to post any notices. Pretty much everyone in the city knows what's legal and not legal. We only post notices for Prop Q, and Prop Q is led by the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. So the officers followed the law, the policy, and I know it felt like there was a belief that their items were being taken, but that's the bag and tag policy. Individuals can go pick it up at the Public Works yard. So thank you for asking me the question.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stephanie. Well, I again want to thank our departments for coming to this hearing and presenting and helping us to have this conversation that I know they have to have on a daily basis with constituents and in community meetings. And I did feel that it was important to have this conversation in this building with the public being part of it. I also, want to reiterate the part of, I think a part of this that gets lost that was in one of those slides at some point was the ways in which San Francisco is doing better than other places, which is that we have created more supportive housing, that we have prioritized that we have added hundreds of new shelter beds over the last couple of years, and that we are trying to lead with services first. And I really do appreciate that. The other thing that struck me about this hearing, and I said this when I started, is that San Franciscans do not agree about what we want all of you to do when confronted with tents or stuff or people in public spaces. And that's been clear in this hearing, I think. I am reminded, though, of a particular block in my district where I know HSOC and the police and Public Works get inundated by this block because they are confronted on just pretty much half the time. There is something at this particular intercept, tents, other gatherings of folks, blocking paths, difficult folks, and they are asking our office for help, and they're asking all of you for help. And so we try to get them that help. We ask you to get out there and try and clean up the conditions there. There is also another person who lives on that block who goes out and argues with and this person is a friend of mine who argues for upwards of an hour sometimes with the Public Works crews and the police who are out there responding to the other residents on that block. And that is, I think, a little microcosm of San Francisco right now. Our office remains overwhelmed with calls, emails, texts from people who are seeing things in their neighborhood that are unacceptable, I think, by any standard. And I think there's a little element of hypocrisy in elected officials expressing shock that the city is enforcing when I think all of our offices are asking for more enforcement around some of these conditions. I know, and I will fess up and say that I do it. When I get a call, there is a ginormous tent next to Fitness SF, and everyone is unhappy about it. I ask you to do everything that you can do to get that tent gone. So in that sense, I am part of the problem, but I suspect all of my colleagues are too. And you are in this difficult position of having us responding to different sets of constituents demanding diametrically different things from you. And so I can't solve that problem for you, but I recognize that you're in that spot, and you all know how to do things that none of us know how to do. And so I am very grateful for the work that you do each and every day. We do have a scarcity problem. We have a scarcity of resources in this city that we did not create. We, again, have more supportive housing than most places. We have more shelter than most places, and we are doing everything we can to expand that out as quickly as we can. The reason I have asked and wanted to hear a little bit from the coalition and am contemplating this concept of whether we need to explore sanctioning some lower level of care for folks or a place where folks can just be and not be moved around is that the coalition's point is resonant with me, that when my office and all of our offices and the mayor are demanding an enforcement response, and that enforcement response does not offer most people an actual place to be, it's an untenable situation for everyone. And it seems to me that if we can explore finding places where people can be and remain and not be disturbed until we reach those goals, which we need to be aggressive about. Bring on those shelter beds, get the additional capacity, sanction encampments or tiny homes or whatever other options are not a permanent solution. We do not want them becoming part of our landscape in San Francisco, but I do believe that we are going to get to the place where we have the shelter capacity we need, and until we get there, we may need to look at some of these options, and I'm grateful to the folks who've helped us explore that this morning and this afternoon. And then I also think, another point that I don't want to let go by is really going to be Vice Chair Stephanie's hearing coming up in 2 weeks, where we explore the mental health response, because clearly a significant portion of the folks on the street and a significant number of the behavioral issues and a significant amount of the stuff that collects is related to folks having serious mental health issues, serious substance use issues, and us not having the ability to get them the care and treatment they need, whether because we don't have the resources or the legal tools to do it. And so we will continue that conversation in 2 weeks. I think we're going to take that matter up next. But with that, thank you all for being here, and thanks to the folks who came out. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Is there a motion for this final item? I may have missed it.
Oh, we need a motion for the last item. Yeah, I'd like to move to have this continue to the call of the chair. And I will take that without objection. Thank you.
Agenda item number 2 is a hearing on the coordination of homeless services, including the county's use of Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5150 across city departments to identify potential gaps in coordinating services for homeless individuals with substance abuse and mental health challenges in order to prevent them from ending up back on the street and entering service providers.
Thank you. Supervisor or Vice Chair Stephanie, I'm going to take you as having made a motion to continue this for 2 weeks till March 14th.
Yes. Do we have to take public comment on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will take public comment on that if there is any.
Oh, as far as like prevention, from what I've read, the effects of social exclusion and cognitive performance are very well known. This results in a significant decrease in various cognitive skills as a consequence of experienced threat to an individual's need to belong, also described as a defense state of cognitive deconstruction. The effects was clearly shown by worse performance on IQ tests, time interval estimates, proverbs explanations, simple reaction time tests, and the cognitive markers such as the anti-saccade test. The test is theorized to provide a gross estimate of injury or dysfunction to the frontal lobe assessed by saccade eye movement. So social exclusion results in self-regulation deficits in empathy, self-awareness, aversion, disordered time perception, present orientation as opposed to future orientation, a sense of meaningless, lack of emotion, and lethargy. And that the contributors to that paper are from University of New Queensland, Case Western Reserve, San Diego State, and one other institution in the Social and Personality Psychology Compass, November 1st, 2007, in a paper entitled Thwarting the Need to Belong, Understanding the Interpersonal and Inner Effects of Social Exclusion. So at the same time, my previous comments were not entirely fair. My predominant argument is against the creation and maintenance of various special interest groups and the multiplication of costs involved. And I fully recognize disparities in medical services, racial steering, and discrepancies in the services provided. All of that. Well,
Thank you. Are there any other members? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Erica Frommer. I live in San Francisco and work at Health Right 360, a nonprofit healthcare provider offering primary care, addiction treatment, and mental health services to more than 30,000 Californians. We serve over 10,000 low-income San Franciscans, with over half experiencing homelessness. We appreciate the allocation of ERAF dollars to create more housing for those experiencing or at risk of homelessness in San Francisco. As you know, our city currently has a fragmented system where every year hundreds of unstably housed people living with co-occurring mental health and addiction disorders are released from psychiatric emergency hospitalization without follow-up. Very often, Health Right 360 has no option but to do the same and discharge people directly from our residential addiction treatment into unstable living conditions. It's unrealistic to expect a person to maintain treatment goals or stay connected to ongoing services when discharged back to the streets. Thank you for calling attention to this issue as we look for ways to stop the churning of mentally ill people through our systems as their conditions worsen and chances for recovery slip away or become at risk for coerced treatment. We appreciate your efforts in trying to understand and solve this complicated issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members excuse me, of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. We have a motion before us to continue this item until March 14th. We will take that without objection. Mr. Clerk, do we have any more items before us today?
There is no further business.
All right, thank you. With much gratitude for all that you've done to make a difficult day work, we are now adjourned.